Be up, guys. Welcome to this again delayed uh, stream, football stream, and apologies once again. I seem to spend most of my time apologising to people coming on here, but I think a lot of people know I'm still getting on here late, but various reasons, things going on in my life, obviously, which I won't go into here, and things like that. So. But yeah, generally when I have got a stream, I always try and keep and promise I'm going to do it, and I will, even if it is a bit later than normal. But yeah, I will always do that because we all have busy lives and we all have things going on. So can't always stick to the times I say, unfortunately. But yeah. It's good to get on with this. I wanted to do this the other day, really, like Monday or Tuesday, really. Ideally, I was going to do this, but other things turned up, so I couldn't. And, I like to do this show, The Buzz, because I like to go into everything that goes on the weekend, all the Premier games and the incidents and the referees and everything, really. And of course, we're chatting about the transfer deadline as well, deadline day that's been and gone. That was Monday, of course, and it's closed. Now till the summer, of course. It'll be back again. In the summer, we'll all get excited and probably about transfers that don't even happen. There's a big build-up, there's a lot of talk, a lot of rumours, and generally not a lot happens, unfortunately. But obviously some things did happen for us, for the Bees, but we'll get into that in a little while. We did get, one player in and another player out, which was a positive, at least. But then, of course, not a lot else. But anyway, so we're going into that. That'd be the first topic, be the transfers, and then obviously the results on the weekend. And probably a little preview for the Merseyside derby. Which is on today, of course. Liverpool and Everton. I believe it is today. Yeah, I'm sure it's today. There's also, I think, the Carabao Cup as well. So, yeah. But anyway, we're talking about that probably nearer the end. But I will be going to the transfers now. And I'll bring on my guest for that. Our resident guest, Manny. Be up to you, sir, Mr. T. How are you, sir?
All good, thank you, good sir. And all the stuff you said about how, we often get excited for transfers that don't take place. Oh, that pretty much sums up Arsenal and Arsenal fans to a T, doesn't it? And, I can go into a huge rant about, the incompetence of my club, but obviously this is your show. You will get to sort of everything, and I'm sure you're quite happy with the purchase, maybe one that you made or one or two others. And of course, you're definitely happy with one person leaving. So, you must be quite satisfied, I hope.
Yeah, in some ways I am, Manny, but I'm just more concerned about our form at the moment. Certainly the home form, that seems to have nosedived. How we couldn't beat a poor Spurs team, I don't know. And I will say they were a poor Spurs team. I don't care what anyone says. They were pretty bad, and how they were struggling. But based on that performance, that they could actually be resilient in defence and not concede a load of goals. Where has that been all season for them, Manny? That's what I want to know. Why are they strong? Why do they go out and try and get loads of goals and conceding? I mean, it's a bit like mirroring us at one stage. We were scoring lots of goals, but conceded as well. But we were still winning games. But with them, they concede a load, didn't they? They're not great. Well, they got some good defenders, but they're not always great defensively, are they? I just don't understand where that performance came from the other day against us,
There are times when teams have to start adapting and start becoming a little bit more flexible, even if it means putting up a performance that's a little bit antithetic to how you normally play. And I think Ange was smart enough to know that rather than running the risk of, seeing another player or more in order to try to cope up with the pressing and the pace of Mbomo, Vissa, and company, you just have to start being a little bit more counter-attacking. And I think Heung-min Son's corner goal was definitely the result of some pretty poor defensive work. As much as you do not like Mark Flecken, I'm pretty certain that Hakon Valdemarsa didn't really, conduct himself very well with us, to be honest. But obviously we will sort of talk about that. But the transfer market obviously is something that should be discussed. And you said that you are happy with yours. All I can say is that the danger of winning before a transfer window closes is now realized. And all I can say is that for all of the way we've been taunting Erling Haaland and company to stay humble, at the end, we're the ones who are going to be humbled. So, you know how they say that fools and their money are soon parted, and how we just don't want it. Apparently, there's this idea that we shouldn't take any chances on January quick fixes. It's ridiculous. It just means that we're a bunch of cowards. We dawdle, we twiddle our thumbs, we end up losing our lunch money, and now with the 5-1 win, the narrative is, well, Kai Havertz scored even though he missed an absolute sitter, and we're getting goals from everywhere, and our youngsters are doing so brilliantly. We don't need anyone. And this could be the catalyst we need to possibly go and win the league. You absolute idiots! You are still to play Liverpool at Anfield and Nottingham Forest at the City Ground, and there are several other teams that you've got to play, including a Fulham team that enjoys taking points off you and has no less than 3, now 4 ex-Gunners because they've re-signed Willian, of all things. So, Willian, Alex Iwobi, Bernd Leno, Neil Smith Rowe. When they come back to the Emirates later on, it's going to be one heck of a party.
Oh, dear. Yeah, that could be a tasty one, Manny, couldn't it? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, well, few banana skins there still. There are some banana skins, mate.
Imagine.
Definitely some banana skins there.
Absolutely. And can you imagine what would happen? Can you imagine what would have happened if either one of Willian or Emil Smith-Rowe were to score, or even Alex Iwobi? Just as well that Reece Nelson is ineligible because he's on loan at Fulham, and the poor bloke's injured already anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think it serves you right. I mean, it serves Arsenal right. I mean, it's a total shit show, a clown show again, your circus at your club. Yet again, getting these players out, and they're thriving everywhere else. ESR, well, you should never have got rid of him. He's been brilliant at Fulham, and a lot of the others are Iwobi, various others that are all doing better elsewhere under managers that are not idiots, are not dickheads, arrogant, and treat them well and treat them properly, and get the best out of them. Whereas your fraud manager doesn't, unfortunately. But anyway, that's you, Harry, in the live chat. Great to see you, sir. Hey up, chaps. Hope we're all doing well today. Yeah, doing fine, mate. Doing fine, and. Could the Bees being out of the FA Cup this weekend be a blessing in disguise? I don't know. Gives Brentford a whole week to reset on the training ground and go again, sort of thing. I guess there is that, but it doesn't make it any better losing that against Spurs the other day. Really was a low blow, a real kick in the you-know-whats, and it wasn't easy to get over that. When I thought we had a really great chance. And what happened? But I'm happy for people like Eugene, our friend Eugene. I'm happy for him, made up for him that they won, because it's a tough time being a Spurs fan. I get that, and it's a good win for them in the end, albeit against us, which I don't like. But there we go. They needed it, I guess. But then again, so do we. We need the points also. And now we got to go away to West Ham, which actually won't be easy. That's on the 15th, of course. And actually won't be easy under Harry Potter. Waving his wand around there and performing magic with that team now. Not like it was under Flopategui or Slopategui or whatever. So that will no longer be an easy game for us. So we want to get 3 points away. Well, good luck. We hope we can, but I don't think it's going to be easy. And they only just lost.
Speaking of West Ham, sorry to cut in, Steve. Speaking of West Ham, they secured a bit of a coup by acquiring Callum Ferguson on loan, and they've also got James Ward-Prowse coming back to the club, so that might make it difficult, eh?
Yeah, just a bit. With Evan Ferguson, a player we wanted at Brentford, actually. I'm sure we were interested in him at one stage. Why haven't we bought him? That's what I want to know on loan. Because he's a really good player. I know he's gone down a bit from when he first came onto the scene. He was getting loads of goals, wasn't he? He was banging them in left, right and centre. And, is he still only 18, 19 or something? And he was, I think he was amazing when he burst onto the scene. He's gone backwards slightly. He don't seem to be doing it that much now, but I think he's got ability and I think he's a really great striker. So we would have taken him all day at the Bees and somehow we haven't gone out to get him for some reason. But anyway, let's move on. I won't moan anymore. Here's Warren and he's in here. Warren Steenthal. Hi guys, I'm fucking fuming and I'm seriously concerned about the future of Arsenal under the owners, board, manager and its fan base. I've never seen it in such a mess. I'm sure you concur with that, Manny. What Warren's saying there?
Boy, do I concur. Boy, do I concur. And that's the thing, as pleased as Warren would have been following that 5-1 win, the ineptitude and inactivity in the transfer market pretty much ended up becoming the biggest killjoy there is. And people have the nerve to say that guys like me who ask for a little bit of perspective, as do Warren, of course, about this stuff, are being, toxic and negative and they don't want to celebrate a win. The celebrate is at the end of the season when you lift up the Premier League trophy, you morons. You see the state of Arsenal Twitter right now. You've got the same suspects still bigging up the win, still saying, well, Mars Lewis Skelly has shown Erling Haaland who he is, completely humbled. We should be proud of ourselves. And again, this particular image of Miles Lewis Skelly doing the Haaland yoga celebration, that's going to have the same effect as when Martin Odegaard pulled that stupid stunt of, pointing at West Ham fans who were leaving the stadium when they were being ripped apart by us. When you prematurely celebrate and big it up and, have the urge to pop the champagne, you set yourself up for a world of ridicule and abuse, and we just never learn our lesson. And that is something with which I think Warren definitely agrees. And, as long as you have the same board and the same manager, this whole thing will continue because we are just incapable of learning our lessons. Of course, we've got the second leg of the League Cup semi-final later on tonight. I won't, for better or worse, be able to watch that because I don't get coverage of the League Cup over in my neck of the woods. But just as well, because the first leg was an absolute, crap show, for want of a nicer word. I shudder to think how well we'll do at St. James's Park. Granted, Newcastle did lose against Fulham, and they have of course lost their last two home games in the league. But they seem to have a knack of being able to, kick it up a notch whenever they play us, and they've already beaten us twice this season. So, unlike a few other people, shout out to Josh Millington, True Gooner, who predicted that we could win 2-1 over there. Also, the Yorkshire Gunner predicted the same thing. I'm not too. I think it'll be a score draw. If we do manage to win by 2 goals and maybe take it to penalties and win, that would be amazing. But I really can't see that happening. It'll be yet another trophyless season. Champions League, pa!
So there'll be no North London derby in the final then, really. Because
We'll be back, Steve.
Yeah, okay, mate, no worries. Yeah, I can't see. I think Liverpool do a number on Spurs. I can see that happening. So really, it probably is, as Manny says, a Sonny and Cher in the final. Well, possibly with Son there, and of course Cher from Newcastle. But yeah, I suppose the North London derby would be amazing if we get that in the final. You know, and it's a final to win something, and the pride of London, North London as well. We'll go with that trophy. If that happens to be the case. I still think Liverpool will do a number on Spurs and come back and win. And probably Newcastle will hold on or something against Arsenal, get more against Arsenal or something. But you know, you just never know. There could still be a North London derby in that final, and it would be a good one. It would be a tasty one if it were to happen. You know, both teams going out to win something. Well, that'd be amazing, and I'm sure Spurs would love to get one over on Arsenal and win a trophy. So, yeah, it's Harry again. From a neutral perspective, I'd love to see a Spurs versus Newcastle Carabao Cup final. Both sides, of course, insanely desperate for silverware. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, can't forget Newcastle haven't won a lot in so many years. So, of course, yeah, they want to do something. They want to win it. So, yeah, both Spurs and Newcastle both want to win a cup, don't they, Manny? They're both in there to do that.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely, and I think they have, of course, won a couple of championship titles, if memory serves me right. Obviously, Rafa Benitez, took them back up to the Premiership, and before that, also got back with, I think it was Steve Harper who was in goal for them at the time. I don't remember who. It might have been Alan Clark. Chris Hughes, the one who took them up. That's right. But since 1955, they haven't won a major trophy. I think it was the FA Cup that might have been their last piece of silverware. And, Spurs, obviously being Spurs, they won their last FA Cup in 91, the last League Cup in 2008. It's been a long time since they've won something. And clearly, Harry likes his music because he's going for Sonny and Cher in the final at Wembley. We'll see how that turns out.
Yeah.
Never gets old, does it, Steve?
No. No, and for one of them, it won't be and the beat goes on. It'd be more like and the weight goes on. It'll be they're replacing that one, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But anyway, getting onto this, Manny, we're going to go through these transfers and a few of the big ones, a few of the good ones that have happened. These are, all, of course, all on the transfer deadline day. Axel Disasi, what do you make of that? Going from Chelsea to Villa on loan. Is he a good defender? Do you rate him a lot, Disasi? Or is he a disaster instead of disaster?
Well, he is good enough, of course, to command a place in the France squad, although you don't necessarily see him get a starting place ahead of Dayot Upamecano, Ibrahim Konate, or even William Saliba. But he's a decent defender. I think he started well at Chelsea, but probably faded away. And I kept saying as well that Emery needed to, get off his backside and sign a central defender, because it does appear as though Tyrone Mings has had a recurrence of a knee injury. Hopefully it won't be as bad as an ACL injury, which Radu Dragusin suffered. And I think we'll talk about him very soon, segueing into another transfer, of course. But, he's needed a centre-back for quite some time instead of having to play Boubacar Kamara at centre-back. And it's mucked them up completely. You never, ever, ever want to have a situation where you play a defensive midfielder as a centre-back And I should know because we played Rice as a centre back, we played Park, and at least Emery, unlike Arteta, has the sense to not uh, do any of that, indulge any of that crap. But Arteta, he has no sense at all. But getting Axel Disasi was something that they were looking to do because, good central defenders in the market might have been thin on the ground. I think you did get Coyote. He's more of a fullback, though, isn't he?
He's a right back. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So obviously Villa needed a centre back, and they've got it. And the crucial thing as well is that by making some good purchases, I think they also got another one we'll talk about. But obviously this is going to be quite crucial to their Champions League aspirations. But having a good central defender on loan is what they will need. Hopefully by the end of the season, Pau Torres will have recovered. Carlos has actually gone over to join Jose Mourinho at Fenerbahce. That happened not too long ago. I mean, it took me by surprise. But I think Carlos was probably thinking that maybe he just didn't want to be at the club anymore. He wanted to go, and Villa let him go on the cheap. But Disasi is a good replacement. He has Premier League experience, international degree. And interestingly enough, he was also a part of the France squad that lost the final of the World Cup to a certain Emiliano Martinez's Argentina team. So, the talk was not too long ago, right, about how Randall Kolo Muani would come to Aston Villa, and maybe they'd be daggers pointing at each other. But Disasi was a squaddy, didn't really see too. It's all good, and look, it plugs a gap, and I think he should possibly come into the squad. For the FA Cup game this weekend. And that'll be a good test for him. And it's just as well that Aston Villa aren't playing in midweek. They're going to have some time to rest and recuperate and focus on playing Spurs. So I don't think Disasi will be a disaster. If anything, he saved Villa's season from turning into a disaster. So they had to get a central defender, and I'm glad they did. And we'll see how it works out.
So you think it'll be okay there? The heat won't be on for Axel, will it? There, do you feel? Sorry. That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Now, I certainly don't. I think in many ways, at least with some more solidity, we'll see a sort of a breakdown and shakedown of opposing attacks once again. So, yeah, let's see how that works. He and Ezri Konsa will do quite well. In the middle of the defense, and Villa have already gotten Garcia in the door. He and Lamar Bogard will also provide support to Matthew Cash. And yeah, defense should be shored up a little bit. And once Pau Torres and Tyrone Mings come back, there'll be some more competition. And yeah, that solidity will come back. So we'll see how that works.
And with regards up front for Villa, they got rid of obviously Duran. He left. He was hungry like the wolf for going elsewhere, I suppose, and doing something else and getting more money, I guess, elsewhere in Saudi Arabia. Go and join the likes of Tony in Saudi Arabia. But yeah.
He's got to play with a certain Cristiano Ronaldo who happens to be 40 years old today. So I don't know if I should say Feliz Aniversario to him or.
Life has begun for Ronaldo, isn't it? Do you think?
We'll see. Life can begin at 40 and end at 41. So do not take anything for granted. And I don't even. We'll see if he makes the 2026 World Cup. Messi has a better chance of being there than he does. But obviously, nobody, the streets will never forget him and the goals he scored. That winner against Bayern will always live on in the memory. But, PSR dictated that Villa needed to raise some dosh. And, when a club like Al Nassr was willing to pay a good amount of money to get him, you can't say no to that. He doesn't go to a Premiership rival. He gets to play over there for about a couple of years. Then he can move back to Europe and join another club. I wouldn't be surprised if, Arsenal try to sign him, although you very seldom hear of players being signed from the Saudi League to come back to the Premier League. I think a few players have gone back to Europe. A certain Mr. Henderson comes to mind. But it's a good deal for Duran. And more crucially, for Manchester United fans, Marcus Rashford has joined them on loan. I do believe that Rashford will add an extra dimension to the attack. Not only can he be trusted to be quite clinical if he plays through the centre, he also can provide more in terms of assists. So I possibly expect him to compete with Ollie Watkins, but also to bring out the best in him, and maybe Watkins can bring out the best in Rashford too. And that's what you want to see at Aston Villa, see at clubs. And actually, you want to have two players in every position, but give them equal opportunities and make sure they bring out the best in one another. One exception, of course, being the fact that Robin Olsen, despite being Sweden's number one, still can't get a game ahead of, the world's number one. But I do believe that Olsen will probably play in the FA Cup match against Spurs this weekend, and that'll free Emmy to concentrate on the league and Champions League. But we'll see what happens. It could be that maybe Emmy gets to start against Spurs. We'll find out. But Rashford coming in will add to their attack. And another one about Duran didn't end up in Rio.
It's a good one.
Instead of Rio, but so there'll be no cachaça, the traditional Brazilian alcohol there. But maybe he'll enjoy himself. I wonder. And also another one coming into Aston Villa is Marco Asensio. I think that was also. Yeah, we'll talk about that later, but I'm sure you got some others to look at.
Yeah, I was going to say just before we move off of that, I'm sure he'll be quite
back
over there. Yeah, he's off again. I wonder if Duran will be just as notorious over in Saudi Arabia. We're coming up with the Duran jokes here, guys, I'm afraid. Just pulled a big Christmas cracker of Duran jokes. I think you should be reminded this is planet Earth. And he might have a view to a kill over there. You never know. I'm sorry, we're going through them all the Duran jokes. I'm sure Manny will have a few when he comes back about Duran. Already gone for a few. It's going for all their titles of songs because they've had quite a few Duran. So, but as I said, as Manny's come back, he'd be quite notorious and he'd have a view to a kill over there, wouldn't he? In Saudi Arabia. So, I don't know if you heard those jokes there, Manny, but.
I heard the one about the view to a kill, but not very much else. But, these Duran jokes are never going to get old, and we will never forget him. But we do wish him well, and I'm sure we will see him back in the Premiership after a few years. I don't think it will be back at Aston Villa, but maybe it could be another club that might want him. You never know.
And quickly, Manny, about the debacle with Watkins, what did you make of that? That Arsenal looked like they wanted him, and they was offering 60 mil, and it was actually 45, apparently, actually. What do you make of that? It's always a lower offer from Arsenal in the end, isn't it? Not the offer it should be. And as it's,
it's not so much a low offer from Arsenal. It's not just a low offer, Steve. We take the mickey. There was one occasion where we were willing to offer one club a certain fee with an extra £1 added to try and get Luis Suarez. Thankfully, that fell through, and he went on to Liverpool instead. Can't stand the fella, racist, cannibal. Forgot enough about him, but that's the thing. Arsenal thought they could possibly try and get away with it, and we have been interested in Watkins for quite some time. He was touted as an option as early as the beginning of this season when we should have gone for him. But again, we dawdled, and we only have ourselves to blame. And so Emery wasn't going to allow a situation where he let both top strikers go. He wanted Watkins to stay because he knew that even if Watkins, the SB, hasn't exactly been, clinical of late, he provides a lot more in terms of assisting and link-up play. And he enjoys the club despite being an Arsenal fan. At the end of the season, Villa aren't quite able to secure European football and end up exiting the Champions League, then maybe some more players will be sold in a fire sale, which sort of segues into Marco Asensio and some other players only coming in on loan, because at least that way there won't be obligations to buy as of yet. But, the whole Watkins thing was just stupidity from Arsenal. We we just didn't really know how to conduct ourselves. And Emery rightly said, no, you've already mucked me over once. I'm not going to let you muck me over again. And rightly so, mind you. And we were the ones who wanted to try and get Douglas Luiz from them not too long back. And Villa, a couple of replacements. In the end, that deal fell through. We just can't be trusted in the transfer market, Steve. We can't be trusted to get anything done. Simple as that.
No, that's true, mate. Unfortunately, isn't it? But anyway, we'll move on. And what do you make of? I think Ben Chilwell's an interesting one. Do you think he can resurrect his career at Crystal Palace? He's had a lot of injuries. He's, at one stage he was the England right back. What do you make of him, Manny? Do you think he could come back and produce his best form at Palace?
I'd like to think so. And of course, speaking of Palace defenders, I think it might be mentioned that Bob Boulding has gone to Sheffield United on loan. So maybe we could see him back with another Premiership club. I don't know. But it's unfortunate what's happened to Chilwell. Chelsea have now let a second defender go. I think Chelsea have pretty much settled themselves on, a starting back four with one or two reserves in. And they pretty much made it clear that Chilwell isn't really a part of their plans anymore. I think Chilwell, is more of a left back. Maybe he'll provide some competition with, the likes of Tyreek Mitchell, I should say. And it should be good for him. I think he'll enjoy working under Glasner. And Glasner, we have to give him some credit. After a very difficult start, he's got Crystal Palace, doing very well. And I was predicting that this season would be the season where, Palace would challenge for higher honours. But I think maybe the PTSD from seeing Elise go to Bayern has, hurt them a bit. But next season, I think they should be able to do better. But decent deal for both clubs. I mean, both player and club. Crystal Palace and Chilwell, and see how he does.
Yeah, it'd be another one maybe for England. Do you think if he gets back to his best form again, or what he was doing before he got all these injuries and so forth? Because he was playing for England, as we know. He was in most of the England squads, wasn't he, and playing. So, do you think he can get back to that sort of form, really? Okay.
Well, I'd like to see if he can. If he does, he'll have at least a month or so to convince Tommy Tuchel that he deserves a spot in the squad, and it could work out very well for him. Obviously, Tuchel has made it crystal clear that he wants to, start from a new slate, and that's why he's even giving Benny Blanco a second chance. But we're going to find out what the squad will be. And to all of those people who talk about how Miles Lewis-Skelly should be in the England squad, I say, shut your mouths. And Harry says something here. Always liked Chilwell, but when he played for England, especially in the friendly against Brazil last year, where we lost 1-0, I wasn't too impressed with his performance, says Harry. And, there is a point there. I think, maybe Chilwell put a bit too much pressure on himself. But one defender who had an even worse game was Lewis Dunk. He got dunked all over. But, maybe this could be a second coming of him, and we'll find out how it
goes. Yeah. I think Dunk has dropped down the order as well now. I don't rate him as much now. He got an own goal the other day as well. So I'm not sure he's really up to it either.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think, to be honest, I've never really rated Chilwell. I mean, I know we were actually linked with him for a little while as well. But I've never really been that impressed with him. I don't think I think didn't Tuchel have him at Chelsea as well? Wasn't Tuchel there when he was playing
Yeah,
as well?
right. Yeah, I'm sure he did. Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, so if anyone knows to get something out of a player, I suppose it'd be Tuchel, and he knows that he's had him there. Maybe he can get the best out of him and get him playing well again or whatever. So it's possible, but we'll see. I suppose there's this other one, this Matthias Tell, that's it's been a lot of talk about. I'd never really heard of him. I don't know if you had, Manny. This Matthias Tell, but apparently a lot of
Oh,
teams were United and obviously Spurs have got him now. What do you make of him? Can you tell us anything about him that we don't really know?
well, it's interesting because not too long ago they had Eltel, Lord rest his soul, as manager, and now they've
Yeah,
got Dirtel, the player coming. Obviously he was once upon a time quite rated by Bayern, but he seemed to slip down the pecking order a little bit. And obviously Vincent Company, is trying to mold a team that will have the steel to win back the Bundesliga after that horrific season, ironically under Tommy Tuchel.
yeah,
Uh, I
yeah,
think he will obviously, he might enjoy playing in the Premiership because a large number of Bundesliga players who do come over to England do quite well. Of course, there are a few exceptions. I think Timo Werner was really good at Chelsea back in the day. Now he seems to be struggling at Tottenham, but maybe the arrival of his compatriot could invest in him once again. We'll have to see. And this could be interesting. It will certainly be interesting to see how Ange works with him. I think they've also managed to get another defender in the door just in time, I think. But yeah, I mean, even Spurs have managed to do some good business as well, so should be good.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Good for them. And yeah, so I'd be interested to see what this guy's like. As I say, I've never heard of him, never seen him play much. So let's see, what all the fuss is about. I suppose if he is really this good. He's at Bayern, so it must mean he's a good player, a decent player. So yeah, we'll soon see, I suppose. And City have seemed to have got a few in. Now they've got Nico Gonzalez as well from Porto, 50 mil. They got like one of our favourites there. It's one of your favourites, Marmouche, where you do the Fandango. And of course, who's the other one they bought in? Another one they bought as well, defender. Can't
Kusanov.
remember. Kusanov. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, what do you make of their business in the transfer window, Manny?
Well, I think the most important signing they could have gotten in was Nico Gonzalez. They needed a CDM. They've needed one for quite some time now. He probably won't exactly be Speedy Gonzalez, but that should suit City just fine. They need to make sure that they, make sure they have some solidity in the middle of the park, especially with, Rodri out for the entire season. They've missed him completely, and it's just it's sad to see how City have fallen. Maybe at least by getting Gonzalez in the door, they'll be able to recover a little bit and finish high enough to qualify the Champions League again, and then they go again next season with the old guard being moved aside. And Marmouche obviously looks impressive. Kusanov, I think, will. He didn't have a very good beginning against Chelsea, and he will clearly need some time to, really bed back in. But yeah, City have done what they needed to do. They haven't really spent very lavishly like they normally would, but they've identified areas where they're weak, and they've done it, and should be pretty good. We'll see how well they do. I think Gonzalez will lend a little bit of solidity into the middle of the park and possibly, City from disintegrate like they've been doing. And as one can agree, they just disintegrated against us after they conceded those goals. And, we have to be honest as well and say that in that game, 3 of those goals were gifts. Poor defensive passes led to the Odegaard and I think Lewis Skelly goals, if memory serves me right. Thomas Partey's goal was also deflected off John Stones. So it wasn't quite as flawless a performance as people would think it was. The scoreline, it didn't flatter us necessarily because, we were, on the whole, the better team, although City had their moments. But, we need to make sure that we just need to make sure that we stay humble. And the fact that we haven't done any transfer business at all, having this sort of an idea that, we're all right, Jack, don't bother coming back or whatever. I just think, we've just shown that we just don't have the humility, but we're also incompetent. But City at least have done what they needed to do, and it will be interesting to see how well they do. And I don't know if they'll finish above us this season, but if they do, then Arteta has to go. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Warren. Yeah,
I'll be back.
Stand up. Yeah, okay, mate. Yeah. I could do a stand up, mate. Yeah, I'd have to deal with all the hecklers though. It's not easy, man. You're a stand up comedian. You got to have a lot of hecklers and stuff. Whether I could deal with them, like a Jimmy Carr would. You like to give it all back, don't you, Jimmy Carr? And he gets a little bit personal, I think, when he gives it back. So some comedians nowadays I like and some I don't. Some are a bit too, below the belt with what they're saying and things like that. But yeah, there are some really good comedians around though still. There are some good ones. But yeah, you can tell jokes and say jokes without being personal. Below the belt, you got like the likes of Tim Vine, who's fantastic comedian, quality, lot of one-liners he does, and he's so funny. Milton Jones as well, another great comedian. There are plenty of good ones about, and some that aren't all offensive and swearing and whatever, cussing and everything. So they're the sort I prefer, to be honest. And gone are the days of the likes of Roy Chubby Brown and I thought Jeffro was really good. I know he could be a bit filthy, some of his jokes, but I thought he was really funny, Jeffro. And of course Jim Davidson, who's still online doing his shows and things online streams. But those are the days that are gone now, are those sort of comedians, And, he was a bit offensive, as we know, Jim Davidson, with some of the stuff he come out with.
Yeah.
And he still can be when we go online. I see his shows.
I think Warren...
online.
Yeah, but Warren, you need to know that I'm also reasonably funny. And the way that you dealt with that bozo in the chat the other day, ooh, wow.
Yeah.
A nice compliment for you there, Steve. Who was that, by the way?
Yeah. Well, Warren was with me on it when he came on, and he shut him down because, of course, he's a mod. I put Warren as a mod there, and he shut him down. He showed him the exit door, which he should do because he was obviously being a little bit personal, a bit out of order. Because I think he might have been a Liverpool fan, and of course, they get a bit butthurt when you're taking offence of them and saying bad things about them and how jammy they were, and which they were. Because I'm just being honest, they were jammy, Manny, against us, and I thought they were fairly lucky against Bournemouth as well. I thought Bournemouth were pretty much a better team at times and deserved more out of that game. And same for us. So I'm only saying it how it is, Manny. That's all I'm doing. So if Liverpool fans can't take that, well, I'm sorry, but you're top, by the way, of the Premiership and probably going to win it. So why are you moaning? That's what I want to know. Take it out on us, yeah. Yeah, when you win another trophy. Yeah, why not? But yeah, so yeah, anyway, we'll move on a bit. And obviously the ones you were talking about, about Marco Asensio there, Manny, and he does look a good buy, doesn't he? For Villa.
Yep, another loan purchase. Someone who has a great deal of pedigree, multiple trophy winner with Real Madrid, including more than a few Champions Leagues, and also an international for Spain. I don't think he made the Euro 2024 squad, but he was in the squad that won the Nations League. And the thing about him is that, near the end of his time at Real Madrid, he was, of course, being, relegated to the bench on Ancelotti and wasn't really being given the opportunities that he wanted. I mean, he started the season well, but he sort of faded away. And that's sort of what happens with Asensio at club level. But, Asensio being a Spaniard will obviously enjoy working with Emery. He probably didn't enjoy working with another Spaniard at PSG, Luis Enrique, but he could very well be a good replacement for Emiliano Buendia, who has actually gone on loan to Bayer Leverkusen after ironically signing a long-term deal at Aston Villa. I mean, you sign a long-term deal but you're not there the next season. I'm not too sure how that will work, but go figure. Emery seems to be staking a lot on the Champions League, and Asensio might have played his part for PSG, but obviously the rule of being cup-tied no longer exists in European competition, especially once the knockout stage is over. So Asensio will be registered. And so along with Disasi and Rashford and Garcia and also Daniel Marlin, who came quite early in the window, that's 5 players they've got. One of them, Garcia, is a sort of an under-21 player who can be registered as part of the B team. But with Aston Villa also saying goodbye to about 5 members of the first team squad, I believe they've let Duran go, they've let Diego Carlos go, Buendia's gone out on loan, Costa Nedeljkovic has gone out on loan. They also lost Jaden Philogene, who moved to Ipswich. So I think they will, instead of the maximum of 3, they are allowed to register 4. I think that's what the message that we're getting. So thankfully, none of those players who, came with the promise of Champions League football sold to them will be out of the squad. And that's a good thing because you want to see the likes of Marlon and Asensio and especially Rashford and Disasi play in Europe. Villa getting Disasi and Rashford from their club means that those 2 players get to enjoy Champions League football as opposed to Europa League or Conference League. Asensio will lend a lot of pedigree, a lot of experience. He'll enjoy a new challenge. The fear is there was some fear that he'd be another Philippe Coutinho who started well but didn't exactly do very. He ended up fading away. But these loan buys without the obligation to buy will certainly be quite good. The only issue is that Villa might have had to negotiate how much they'd pay in terms of player fees. I think they've got those bases covered. So, yeah, some good stuff done by Villa. I think a lot of people are saying that Villa have had the best transfer window out of all the Premiership clubs.
Yeah. And so I'm just reading got this comment here, Manny, about what Warren's saying about Harry Hill, and I've seen him live. He is very funny as well. When I see him in the theatre, because it's one fairly near me, and I see him there live, he was on there live, and he done this great, inflatable sausage, and they was throwing that around in the audience and everything like that. It was so funny, man. He's strange, but he's funny, and because he used to be a doctor as well, one stage, Harry Hill. So, But yeah, he's really good, really funny, and yeah, everyone should go and check him out. Brilliant. I used to love that Harry
Maybe I
Hill's
will.
TV burp that used to be on telly. Used to love that show. That was really funny.
Maybe I will check him out. You know who also used to be a doctor? Graham Chapman, Lord rest his soul, from Monty Python, although he was probably a little bit more offensive than you would like, especially in terms of the material that he was working with and the language that even he used. But, sometimes if you want to survive in the medical profession, you've got to have a bit of a sense of humor. And we got Chelsea fans saying the transfer window was a joke. Need players to help the first team, but Aaron did nothing about Miguel to me. You did actually let a couple of players go on loan, Chelsea fan. I think what Maresca is trying to do is trim down the squad a little bit and stick with the players that he has. But maybe another one would help, and you probably should be lucky that you're keeping your João Felix. Yeah, that's right. Well mentioned, Steve.
He went off on loan as well, didn't he? Where was it he went to? I'm trying to remember now. Well, I know he went off on loan anyway, and I think he signed a really
He's gone to AC.
AC Milan.
Milan to hobnob.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he's gone over there to hobnob with Walker, Vicario, and Tam Abraham.
Yeah. Yeah, that is strange though, because they get him on these really long-term deals, Chelsea, don't they? They just bought another one. What was it? I'm trying to think of his name. Another Matthias something. I can't think of his surname. But they bought him on loan. No, not on loan. On an 8-year deal, I mean. Apparently. An 8-year deal he's on there. Just signed. Are they mad or what, Chelsea? Are they nuts or something?
Chelsea fan, that question. Ours will, of course, be a very subjective opinion, but yeah, so you might have to ask them that, mate. Maybe they are. And of course, as Seal famously said, you are never going to survive unless you get a little bit crazy.
Yeah, but it could be a killer for them at the end of the day, couldn't it? That's the problem. So,
and once again, my crazy Wi-Fi is giving me problems. I'll be back.
All right, mate. No worries. Yeah, no one for Warren. I love the way that Harry talks about something and then moves on to something else. Yeah. Then later in the show comes back to it. Absolute genius. Yeah. Exactly. I'll tell you what didn't quite work out for him, Warren, was when he done that Stars in Their Eyes. When they brought that back, rebooted that, and he came to do it, and it was all pretty much, on his sort of humour. And it didn't really work. And it made it more of a comedy thing than a, serious sort of thing with, you had still the decent tribute acts, the good tribute acts, but it seemed more of a, like a comedy thing, sketch show thing, And that didn't quite work for me. And I think they needed a proper host, obviously, I don't think of, what's his name was going to come back. Matthew Kelly. Don't think he was ever going to come back to it. They used to have Cat Dearly? I think at one stage, Cat Dearly. Years ago, Leslie Crowther, of course, unfortunately, he died, as we know, passed away. But they had some good hosts of that, Stars in Their Eyes. It was never going to work out with Harry Hill, I don't think. I know he's sort of like gone off on a tangent, going off of football a bit here, but yeah, it was a shame that they had Harry as a host there. It didn't work out with his sort of humour and stuff and turn it into a comedy thing. His own sort of show, a vehicle for him in a way. But, Chelsea fan says, keep hitting that like button and sub to the channel, people, yeah. Yeah, FDT, big up to you, my friend. Great to see you in here. And, Warren again probably watered him down and didn't allow him to do it the way he wanted. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I don't know if you heard a lot about that, about obviously going off on a tangent and talking about other things now, Manny, again, Stars in Their Eyes, and was going on about that. I used to love that show. I think with Harry
Yeah,
done it, it was good.
I remember that. I remember that quite. I really do, and obviously, you can't forget about Leslie Crowther, the famous host of the Price is Right, and of course, Lord rest his soul, as you said. Sometimes when you're asked to host a more mainstream game show, you can bring some of your personality, but don't completely go into that sort of character because maybe they want you to sort of adopt a different approach and be a little bit more flexible. In Ireland, for example, the magician Keith Barry is the host of Deal or No Deal. Del Boy and his mates might know about that. What's the crack? What's the bleeding story? But
Yeah.
that's sort of the way it is in TV. But
Mm.
um, you know, big shout out to Up the Cherries in all departments. They remember Lloyd Kelly very well, former club captain, of course, of Bournemouth, and then he moved to Newcastle to be reunited with Eddie Howe. But he's also found game time hard to come by. But this could very well be a plush move because he's also moving, obviously, to a champion club, and that is, of course, the same that also played that controversial goalless draw at Villa Park, where Villa probably should have won, but due to um, a sort of a technicality in the rule with that sensational stoppage time winner from Morgan Rogers. But I think Kelly will enjoy himself playing in Italy, and it could prove to be something that could help resurrect his career. And obviously, he'll join some other Premiership veterans there, including Douglas Luiz of Aston Villa. So it proved to be a pretty decent move for him. Hasn't quite worked out, obviously, at Newcastle, but yeah, I think he'll be fine. I think he'll enjoy it. He'll
Yeah.
enjoy playing it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think he's a very good player. I'm surprised it hasn't worked out for him at Newcastle, to be honest. But I think he's very good. I rated him at Bournemouth when he was there. Yeah, it's a shame it hasn't really worked out, isn't it, Manny, really? But yeah, I'm sure he may come back and they may start playing him at some stage again when he can get in the team. So he might not stay in the event on Juventus. I don't think it's is it an option or an obligation to buy
I
from
think
them?
I think there was an obligation to buy, which is a part of
Yeah,
it. And
20 million.
if you take a look down in the story, I think it's mentioned over there. £1 million
Yeah, it says,
deal. So yeah, there is an obligation to buy, and 10 appearances in the Premier League this season, not started since November. A deal too good to turn down, and they're also, like many other clubs, affected by PSR. So yeah, this will be a good challenge for him. I think he will enjoy it. Another of the English contingent to move to Italy. I'm sure you'll remember the days of Paul Gascoigne and Des Walker, who moved to Italy following not long after their heroics at Italia 90, but for reasons not really memorable, they didn't exactly, endear themselves in some ways. Whether it's belching in into a microphone or not taking to the local cuisine or whatever.
yeah.
But I think now British players have long since, you know.
I wonder what Warren think makes of this one. They got Jeffrey Schlupp on loan from Crystal Palace. XB, of course. Rental
Ah,
player. Mm,
Celtic, yes.
mm.
Yeah, Warren, being a Celtic fan, will certainly enjoy this for sure.
He's good. He's still a decent player. I thought he's pretty good for us when he played for us, and had done good service for Palace. I think while he's been there most of the time. I think he's been he hasn't played as much recently for one reason or another, but he obviously hasn't played that much for Palace. I think Celtic might give him a lot of games, possibly a few games. So I think he will get game time there. I think he's a very good player still. He's still only 32. Well, he's still fairly young. Ghana international as well, and he's out of contract in the summer with Palace. So not sure if he will go to Celtic permanently. It doesn't say that here, I don't think, but probably not. But he's obviously only a loan deal at the moment for him. But yeah, another very good player. Another one from the Bees that's gone off to do better things elsewhere, isn't it? So, but there you go. And obviously, right, anyone else we could talk about here? Not that many others on that. Obviously, the ones that happened before, yeah. That's another one there, Manny. Kevin Danzo from Lons to Spurs, loan with obligation to buy. Do you know much about him?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Steve. And I'm just taking a look at the live reporting on the BBC, and it is said that for tomorrow's League Cup semi-final, Danso will end up playing, but it will be decided whether or not he will start or come off the bench, because Pedro Porro has obviously been playing well, but it's good backup in any way for Porro in case he gets an injury. And there needs to be obviously some more cover in that defense, because that defense has been decimated by injuries. I think Mickey van der Ven and Christian Romero are still out for the semi-final of League Cup, which will be tomorrow. But yeah, a pretty decent buy, some good cover. And Matthews Tess already spoke about, but Dancer will be an interesting purchase, and we'll see how well he does.
Yeah. No one I don't really know much about, to be honest, but he could be good. Obviously, Wolves are after him as well. He probably would have helped them a bit more if they need to get away from the relegation zone. But yeah, this is another good one for Spurs. They did need defenders, don't they? They do need them, so it is important for them. They can make it permanent. 21 million, 5-year contract lined up in the summer. Austrian international. Movie subject to international clearance and a work permit being issued.
Austrian. I'll be back, Steve.
No worries, mate. Yeah, because they've had a few injuries now, Spurs as well. Remaining centre-back joined Christian Romero and Destiny Udogie. This is obviously Dragusin has joined them on the injury list, but Mickey van der Ven has recently returned. So multiple sources have explained that Spurs have looked at other central defenders, including Chelsea's Axel Disasi and AC Milan's Fikayo Tomori, who actually we were after as well. We were after Tomori at one stage. We were linked with him. What a coup that would have been to get him at the Bees, Tomori. That would have been a hell of a defender to bring in if that ever happened. But unfortunately it didn't. It was only just a rumour, and we never got him. We'll never look like getting him. Tomori. So it was a shame, really. But yeah, and so as I say, needed a striker. Schlupp is an okay player, but I'm not sure he's going to help us in the UCL. Kieran Tierney will be back in the summer. Yeah, that's true. He's going back to Celtic, so yeah. Yeah. And that's all to do with your manager, I think, Manny. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Uh, he's got some left backs who are not necessarily the best defensively, but love to invert. And whenever Tierney has played, he's whipped up some wonderful crosses. He defends better, but he's just the type of defender, sadly. You appoint a clown as a manager, you expect an absolute.
Yeah, yeah. They would do well there, but, if it weren't for a bloody fraud setup, let's be honest, that clown. They would thrive under a better manager, wouldn't they? Say if they had Emery still there now, what would he do with them? Better, I think.
Oh yeah. In fact, he would actually be an ideal left back for Emery, but I think Emery doesn't sign any ex-Arsenal players, which is he must sign Smith Rowe or Guendouzi. And his injury probably was a problem for other clubs, which is why Tierney's been very good to get him. Celtic have been eager to get him back.
Yeah. Oh, Kev's in here again as well. I never really knew what team he supports. I thought he supported us, the Bees, because he seems to go to our games. But he says he's a Sunderland fan. Yeah, so are we on our way back to the Premiership? Well, you could be, mate. You could be. Oh, you're going well there in the Championship. So I wouldn't be surprised. It could be this season you'll come up. I'm trying to think where they are now. Are they in the third or fourth or something? I know they're around that sort of spot area in the Championship. So if they don't come up automatically, I'm sure they'll get up in the playoffs, I would have thought. What do you think about that, Manny? Do you think they can come up this season?
I think the biggest issue with Sunderland, as Kev will know, is that they've always been a yo-yo. Too good for the Championship, but can't quite, get it together in the Premiership. I think one of their best seasons was under Roy Keane, when they won the Championship, and of course were able to stay up in their first season. At that time, the likes of Dwight York were playing for them too. Yorkie and of course ex-United. Then started to go south and the club. And the rest is history. I've got a mate of mine, so a big Sunderland fan. I'm sure he'll be happy to see them come up. But yeah, I think the Weir side is doing fine. I think they will be.
What about this, man? Warren's saying if Emery had been given £700 million plus to spend, he wouldn't have wasted 90% of it like Arteta has. And he would have had 2 UCLs in the cabinet and at least 2 EPLs as well.
Oh yeah. Very true. And even Tony Adams has said the same thing. A lot of Arteta fans have seen it fit to slag off our legendary former skipper, but I happen to agree with Big Tone.
Yeah. The real ones know, don't they, Manny? The real ones that play for the club. The real legends, the real proper ones that know about it, and not these turncoats, these traitors. You know who you are. We don't have to mention them, do we, Manny? Their names. They know who they are.
Yep.
They're traitors to the club. Are just looking for money and looking for a free holiday or something like that. Or whatever. So, but yeah, getting back to this, what do you make of this guy, Patrick Dorgu, that joined Man United from Lecce? He's 25 million. Do you think that's a good deal?
Probably. I think he'll be there to lend some cover to the defence. I think he's been signed as a sort of a left back, so Tyrell Malacia's days could very well be over. I don't think Amorim enjoys seeing Diogo Dalot play on the left, unless, of course, Nasser Mazraoui has to play on the right. And, a lot of people have, there are quite a few United fans who are losing patience with, with the way Amorim's going about things. But obviously, Dorgo will lend some good defensive strength and some good cover. It will be interesting to see how well he develops. Yeah, Kev's saying obviously when Keane was at Sunderland, they were wonderful times. But yeah, you're absolutely right, mate. He is done in management now, and he seems to enjoy being more of a talking head on TV and making a bit of an ass of himself whenever he speaks. I'm afraid. I know that a lot of people will love some of his sound bites, but to me, I'm not too big a fan of the bloke. But you do have a good manager in Regis Lebris. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah,
And if you are able to get promoted, I'll be very interested to see how well he does in the Premiership. So, yeah.
yeah, for sure. I don't really know much about English Regis Lebris, but he's obviously a good manager. Don't know exactly where he's from, where he joined there from, but I'm sure Kev will tell us, will let us know. But yeah, he seems good. So if he can get you up, that'd be brilliant for Sunderland. I'm trying. When was the last time they were in the Premier? Was it 3-4 years ago? They were in the Premier, Sunderland.
I couldn't tell you. I think Kev might know better than I do.
Hmm. Yeah, I know it wasn't that long ago, really. They'd be playing the likes of the old Geordies again. Another Geordie derby, wouldn't it? Really? So that'd be
Yeah,
amazing.
time and weird up.
Well, then we're yeah. But yeah, I think this guy looks good. A good buy, Patrick Dorgu. I don't know that much about him, but he seems decent. 5.5-year deal, 20-year-old. So another young player, 30 million euros with potential 4.1 million, 5 million euros in add-ons. And he's made 57 appearances for Lecce. And of course, Danish international as well. So that could be another good one for them. And
Yep.
yeah, so there were talks over a loan deal for United's Dutch fullback Tyrell Malacia, 25, to join Portuguese club Benfica, are broken down. So it looks like he's staying there. Yeah, of course, Marcus Rashford, as we know, has gone to Villa on loan. So, yeah, you've already mentioned him, obviously, Manny. I think that could be a decent deal. Do you think Emery could get him playing and back to how he was a while back? That sort of form.
I,
I think Emery can
I did
unlock it.
speak about. I I did say Rashford will obviously add an extra dimension to his game that Duran simply didn't have. If he does get him back and playing well, it could prove to be beneficial for both the player and the club, and maybe they will sign him on a somewhat cut price deal. Maybe we'll see what happens. I don't know if Rashford's out of contract at United. And if he is out of contract, I'd say snap him up on a free. But you might have to offer him some lower wages. But he'd take those wages for the chance to impress if that happens. And yeah, Kev saying that it was 2017 when they were relegated. So bit of a 7-year itch or an 8-year itch sort of being scratched, hopefully. So
Yeah,
yeah, I think Rashford should be fine, and he should play this Sunday, and we'll see how he does.
yeah, yeah. And big up to you, AK. He's in the live chat. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're well. Be up, Steve-O. Yeah. Be up to you, my friend. And obviously,
AK, good evening.
yeah, we'll move on. And we've got obviously Cesare Casadei from Chelsea to Torino. He's obviously played occasionally. I see this player, Casadei. Didn't know what to make of him much. Didn't see much of him. Mainly a substitute. So that's another one Chelsea got rid of, obviously, out on loan. But yeah, another good young player, I think. So any others there? Well, I think they are the main ones. I mean, obviously, we can. Is there any others you can think of, Manny? We could go through other big transfers that we haven't mentioned here.
Well, I think there's a tennis player in the list, isn't there?
Oh, what, Alcaraz? Yeah. yeah, Carlos Alcaraz, yeah.
Yeah, from Brazilian Flamengo to Everton. So doesn't look too different from the tennis player, but obviously has dyed blonde hair, and yeah, it should be quite fun. And he's joining Everton on loan, midfielder. He should do some good stuff for David Moyes' team.
Yeah, he could serve up a few aces there, couldn't he? Yeah, but
let's find out what nationality he is, though, because I can't imagine him being Spanish.
He's, what is he, Argentinian?
And you can read that article, and I'll join you.
Yeah, Everton have signed Argentine midfielder Carlos Alcaraz on loan from Flamengo for the remainder of the season. Flamengo has said the loan includes a mandatory purchase clause, subject to the parties meeting certain unspecified conditions. But Everton say there is an option to buy at the end of the season. The 22-year-old previously played in the Premier League for Southampton. Yeah, I remember him there. Do remember him, and started the season with the Saints before joining the Brazilian Giants for a club record £16 million fee. But Alcaraz, who also had a loan spell at Juventus, makes a quick return to England and is the first signing made by Toffee's owners, the Friedkin Group, and manager David Moyes. I'm ready for my challenge, for any challenge with this beautiful club, so that is why I came and accepted the offer to keep fighting for my dreams, Alcaraz told the club's website. I want to tell the fans that whenever I wear this shirt, I will give it my best. I will give everything I have to take Everton to the top, which is where they deserve to be. The transfer was officially announced by Everton at 12:15 GMT after sending in a deal sheet to the Premier League, which allowed an extension until 1 o'clock GMT to complete the deal. A source close to the player told BBC Sport that the delay was because of discussions taking place regarding the clause in the player's contract. Alcaraz is a welcome addition to Everton's midfield following the season-ending knee injury suffered by Belgium international Aurel Mangala. Moyes added, Carlos has Premier League experience. He is still young, and we believe he can bring some energy to the team, which will help us between now and the end of the season. Yep. So there we go. Okay, what do you make of your signings? I'd like to see your opinions before we move on. We've obviously got to talk about the results from the Premier as well. Yeah. And he's saying there, fair play to Manny. By the way, your team finally got their revenge. Yeah. You sure?
AK, listen, it's worthless revenge if we don't win the league. So to all those people celebrating, I think they have to stop it. And your team, obviously, at the end of the cycle. But next season, once you move the old players on and start afresh, I think you're going to be just fine. You will be back. So I think we've covered most of the big transfers. Nothing else really interesting. Not this chap Bindon. He might help them push for Europe. And Luca.
Yeah, to you, Luca. Yeah, to you, sir. It's in the live chat.
Big.
Only got a midfielder.
Big up, son. Yep.
Newcastle game is free hit tonight. Oh, free hit. What do you think about that one, Manny?
I'm not going to go that far. I think we might, take it to Newcastle. We might score, but I just don't know if we'll get through. But like I said, if we do secure a 2-goal win to tie it up on aggregate and then take it to penalties, I think I'll be, I'm very happy. Somto Boniface from Chelsea to Ipswich. That might be interesting. certainly a young player who might need a little bit more experience at Ipswich when trying to, avoid relegation. Not too bad a signing there. So does that cover everything? I think. Are there any ones we might have missed?
Should I mention my ones? I might as well just mention Brentford briefly here. Yeah, we got that.
Go ahead.
Young right back in, Michael Coyote. Actually fairly impressed with what I see already. He came on against Spurs, of course. And he looks like he wants it. He looks like he's about himself. He's only 20, so he looks like he's got a mature head on young shoulders, obviously, and knows what he's about. He's already coming on there and telling someone else what to do with the corner. I think Mbomo or whatever, someone else there, telling them what he wants to do. And I thought, well, come on, look, you've only just joined the team and you're telling other people what to do already, you know. But I like that in a way. I like that about a player. And he looks like he's up for it. And he's got a long throw on him. One with another long throw. That we got so many there now that got long throws. So we only had one or two back in the day, which was Rory Delap, of course, was one of them, as we all know. And there was, do you remember that guy? I think there was one. Do you remember the one at Tranmere? Didn't he do like a backflip or something when he done the throw? It was a long throw. And he done like a flip or something when he done the throw. Was that him? Was that Challoner? Was it? Was it Challoner? At Tranmere?
Not too sure I could remember with you.
I think it might have been Dave Challoner. It was at Tranmere, had that long throw. I remember one of them doing like a backflip thing or something. A backflip and doing the ball on the floor and then throwing it.
Played for Tranmere, Port County. That's right.
Yeah. And yeah. So yeah, we've but he looks tidy at the back, he looks strong, he's only just joined, so we've got to give him a little bit of time, be a little bit patient with him. But I think he's an improvement, going to be a vast improvement on Mr. Rorsleff, let's put it that way. Who's now gone off to Wolfsburg on loan. So I was happy about that, of course. I would have liked to have seen another goalie come in. Because unfortunately, it looks like this other goalie's not good either, Valdemarson. What happened the other day, I wasn't impressed with that at all. He wouldn't even put that cap on if he see the game. He didn't want to wear a cap, even though the sun was in his eyes. Didn't want to wear it. Mind you, their goalie didn't either. Kinski. He didn't want to wear it either. But, I don't think that's good. And it was a right mess at the bloody disaster. A shit show on that corner. And an own goal, as we know. But yeah, it's... I think we needed another goalie. I think that's might be why we got Ellery Balcom back off loan. He was in Scotland. I think it's Motherwell. He was on loan there. I think that's probably why we brought him back now. I think he's a decent keeper. He's only young as well. I think he's 20, 21, something like that. 22 even. But he's quite young. But I rate him. He looks decent. So... I still think we should have bought a better one. I think I would have liked Kelleher or something like that. Really top keeper, to be honest. But there we go. An AK saying a midfielder who can play the Rodri role, which is what we needed. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Question for you, Steve. Do you take, would you take Ramsdale to Brentford?
Ramsdale?
Yeah.
Not sure about that. He'd probably take us down, and we don't want to go back down. I'm sorry. So no, maybe not. But wherever he seems to go, he takes. Good call. Yeah, be up to everyone in there, Rich. There, be up to you, Rich. Thanks for coming in, bro. Box as well. Be up to you, my friend. Crikey, you've got load in here today. That's amazing, isn't it? In the live chat. For a change.
Yeah, it's called a Ray. Fellow YouTuber gets his or her viewers to come to your stream and sort of join the chat. So big up to Rich for that. That's nice.
Yeah, cheers,
And a
bro.
question for you there from Box.
How's Ivan Tony? I don't give a shit, mate, is my answer. I couldn't care less how he's doing over there. He's in the past, mate. And when he was good, when he was a good player for us and getting lots of goals, and then he turned out to be a right old prick, basically. I can't stand him now, let's be honest. Rubbish our team as well, slagged us off, and a gambler. So, no, I'm not bothered, really. Right, okay, again, we made some good signings, just they need to integrate into the squad. Yeah, exactly, definitely. But you got some, that's the main thing, AK there, you needed them. I posted the link, hopefully a few people come. Oh, yeah, cheers, Rich, nice one, man. The more the better, really. It will be a disaster for the real Arsenal fans if Arteta FC wins the Carabao Cup. That's right there, Warren. You're probably right, my friend. Hi, Box. Yo, Rich. Deadline day deals, yeah. Like to see what you think of your deals, your transfers, if you liked them, especially Man United, if you're happy with what you bought in and all that, or let go, or whatever. I don't think this applies to our team, like Box. Don't know half the players on the screen. Yeah. Rich, true. So Brentford still have Romeo Beckham? No, we let him go, mate. I think he's gone. Yeah, we didn't keep him on. I think he quit football anyway. So I heard. Didn't want to play it anymore. So, Ortega had his worst game in the City shirt. Well, probably did. And I thought he was better than Edison this season, to be honest with you. Thought he was performing a lot better. But yeah, he wasn't that great. I see Tell. I think I've heard of him. Yeah. Well, I think you were linked with him. United. You almost got him. Yeah, you almost got him. AK, but he's a better stopper than Edison. We do need him. Yeah. And Viana coming to Man City soon. Yeah. Arsenal kicked your arse at AK4P. No wonder Pep has to open the checkbook. Yeah. Now, Rich. Enough of that, mate. Yeah, Box and AK4P. RD United TV. Our team is aging. It's time we let our old players leave. Time to move on to the new dawn. Yeah, exactly. Box, yep, I'd feel the same. Laugh out loud. I'd be the same. Mr. B is an old school fan. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess I am, mate. Yeah, for sure. RD United TV, what happened to Amorim? Is he being found out? Apparently the saviour of United, apparently. What a lot of United fans thought, I think. That he was going to be the saviour. He was the, Christ Almighty, basically. And would lead United back to the promised land, I guess. And it hasn't quite happened. Lewis Potter looks decent player. Yeah, he is good. He is good. I mean, that's the reason we got him from Hull. And he's actually starting to play better. He's starting to show his real form. At the base, he is looking better. And I'm glad we signed him. And he tied him down to a new deal, long-term deal. So, yeah, I'm happy with him, Box. He is a good player, mate. Amorim is finding out how crap our owners and squad are at AK. Yeah. exactly. And yeah, happy with the deal, but we should have done more. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it may help you. You got new players in. You never know. They might get you somewhere better. They might get you up the league to maybe into the top 7 at least, 8 maybe. I can't see you getting top 5 or anything, United, but yeah, might help you. Last shots at Loudrich. Yeah, Amorim has to dismantle the squad. Toxic culture, plus instill his system, plus discipline.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, okay, mate. Yeah, I'll post the link and then you can come on, AK. No worries, bro. And anyone else that wants to come on, you're welcome. We're only going through the scores now, the results on the weekend. That'll be what I'll be going through now. Unless anyone wants to talk a little bit about transfers, but it'll be mainly the results. So, and we're going to start with this one, Manny. 7-0, crushing Brighton Forest. 7-0. What do you make of that one?
Well, what can I say? Brighton certainly had their day darkened by, the Foresters. And, the common question, of course, being asked on Twitter is what phase is Nuno in at Forest? Second full season. I mean, first full season. I think he replaced Steve Cooper midway through the last one, if memory serves me right. And he seems to have a team that's, clicking quite brilliantly, a little bit like how Leicester did under Claudio Ranieri, although they went on to win, and I don't think Forest will. But Chris Wood, what a striker he is. And how well is he playing now? Newcastle will be kicking themselves for letting him leave, but then you'd be mad at them because they've got a certain Alexander Isak in their side. But, their way of playing is exceptionally simple. They seem to enjoy, covering the wide areas very well and just making sure that, Wood has space to get into the box and just head it in. You lose count of the number of times he scored with his head. And, very consistent goal scorer now at Burnley too, and now, of course, at Forest. So I'll tell you what, I definitely wouldn't mind getting rid of Kai Havertz and bringing him in, but I don't know if any team would want Kai Havertz unless it was a German team. Can't stand the fellow. I know he did score against City, and of course we have the City fan here. AK, big up to you. Thanks a lot for joining. We're talking Forest and Brighton. I just think, this particular season, Forest have just shown themselves to be a really outstanding team. But the thing about them is that, they will be ripe for another defeat, which could take them back down. They could actually secure a top 3 position if they're really, really good. And that could segue into what you might have to say, AK, because you've beaten them earlier this season. Do you remember that game from that day and what sort of weaknesses Forest might have?
Oh, yeah. First of all, big up Steve, big up the chat, big up Money. And I mean, we did beat Forest by 2 goals at home?
3-0.
Yeah.
3-0.
Oh, yeah, correct. 3-0. Sorry, my bad. Yep. We beat them 3-0. It was a comfortable win, not gonna lie. Forest sort of disappointed me in the second half. They didn't turn up. I mean, first half they were good. They kept piling the pressure on us, but second half, I don't know. They just sort of went missing in the game. So no wonder my boys. So no wonder my team decided to. I mean, so no wonder my team had a comfortable victory over them, and I think after that, I just think that after that loss, they started After that loss, they started racking up some wins. I don't know how, but I'll tell you this: Nuno, hats off to him. Seriously, from being rejected by Spurs, by Wolves, and now he's at Forest, and look what he's doing. He's doing wonders for Forest. And right now they're battling a top 4 spot. Can you believe that? They are battling a top 4 spot.
Yeah. A lot of it's to do with this goalie
Exactly.
as well, isn't it? Matt Sells. What a signing that was, this guy. Matt Sells in goal. I mean,
Oh, brilliant keeper.
hell of a keeper, man. I wish we had him at the Bees, you know. Get rid
Yeah,
of
not gonna lie, Steve. Steve, not gonna lie. Forest did make some good signings. They have a good squad, and I do see a potential that they might make a return to the Champions League.
Yeah. Yeah, so do you think top 5 really? Top 4?
Yeah, top 5, I think. Yeah, top 5.
Yeah, do you think they can finish like say 3rd or so? Well, I think that's.
I think third. I think third.
They might fall off a little bit, wouldn't they? From what they're doing
Yeah, I
now.
mean end of season. Yeah, crunch time, end of season.
What about you, Manny? What do you think they can end in the top 4 or Forest?
Yeah, the reason why I wanted to bring AK into the conversation is because obviously City will have to play Forest at the City ground later on in the season. And that also is going to be a period where, they will have some very tough tests. I think they've also got to go to Aston Villa and play over there at Villa Park. And, Villa have made some great signings themselves, as, we discussed earlier. And there are going to be some tougher games to play them at the City ground, although I do believe that we're not going to come out of there with very much. If we get a point from that game, that'll make me quite happy. So, this could be an amazing first season for them, but the only problem is they're quite prudent with regard to their signings. But, they've only signed one particular player, which we spoke, which was there on the list. I think they've let quite a few players go on loan because they wanted to trim down the squad a little bit. And it could very well be that some of the, the increasingly fringe players might be moved on. But Anthony Elanga, the ex-Manchester United player, he's also, come leaps and bounds for this particular team. And he's been another player who's been key to Forest's rise. So it could very well be that Forest might end up in the Champions League, but there are going to be some interesting things to talk about, because I wonder if Aston Villa and Spurs finish outside the Champions League places but end up winning the Champions League and the Europa League, there will be some very interesting permutations. I cannot see for the life of me 6 or 7 English teams playing in that tournament next season. And as far as Brighton are concerned, they've started to fall away a little bit. Obviously, that loss to Everton was disappointing enough on their home turf. But this time around, I think they've also been found wanting. I think they've started to show a little bit of a soft centre. And Hertzler has a lot of work to do to try to, remotivate the boys.
Yeah, but what do you think about Welbeck? He was on form at one stage when he was flying. He was on fire.
Be back, Steve.
Yeah, okay, mate. No, he was really on fire, this guy, and I thought I would have liked him at the Bees. He was going so well. Would have been fairly cheap, I think.
Oh yeah, Steve. I'll tell you something about Elanga and Welbeck. Yeah, I mean, two former United players.
Yeah,
They are actually two former United players have actually managed to dunk on their ex-club.
Yeah, mate. Yeah,
I'm telling you, this is revenge.
Yeah, man, big time. Yeah, more players that United got rid of moved on, and they're doing well elsewhere. So,
and also not to forget, Yeah, Anthony Martial.
Yeah, yeah. He's gone abroad, hasn't he, Martial?
Yeah, he's gone abroad. Yeah,
Hmm. Where is he at now? Where is he at?
think somewhere in Italy. I think.
Oh, is he doing well there, wherever he's gone? Is he scoring and getting goals and stuff? Or
I haven't watched much of him. No, I've heard much of him, but yeah, he's finding his form. I heard that. I mean, that's the last I heard. He's finding his form.
Well, yeah, it seems funny they get rid of these good players. Arsenal
And also De Gea. De
Yeah,
Gea. Can you believe it? De Gea at Fiorentina is doing a lot better compared to United.
Yeah, I still thought he was a top keeper, De Gea. I know he made a few cock-ups at United, but I always thought he was a really good keeper still, Still rated him.
And all these, and Steve, I'll tell you what, and all these current generation of fans are so thick-headed that they're praising Onana and Bayende instead of De Gea.
Yeah.
They're so thick-headed. That's why I wanted this, I seriously want to roast them so bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't blame you, mate, because
Yeah, because I'll tell you why. Because they lack ball knowledge. They have zero ball knowledge. This current generation of fans.
yeah, they do. You're right. You're
Like,
right.
Onana, can I have your shirt? Onana. Bloody my life, blood. Seriously.
Well, I don't rate that banana. I call him banana because that's what he
Me
is.
neither, man. Me neither. At one point he was good for Inter, but I guess I would say he made the big mistake of joining United. He made a big mistake.
Yeah, I like the other one, but Bayindir. I think he's
Bayende, yeah.
Quality keeper. Looks really good. Well, why is he not playing? I don't get it. But
Yeah, I mean, of course, he did have a spectacular performance against Arsenal.
Yeah.
Yes, I know, AK.
Yeah. Yeah, Manny remembers it.
Manny knows, and he's back. He heard it.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, Manny's back. And just in time to talk about this one, lads. I thought Bournemouth very unlucky, and we go to you, Manny, because we know what you like Bournemouth. Up the cherries in all departments. Big up to them, by the way. Big up to you, lads. Thanks. I hope you're watching, fellas, somewhere. But yeah, what do you make of this, Manny? I thought Liverpool were quite lucky, to be honest. I'm not even sure it was a penalty, that first one.
Yeah, you could say that they had a little bit of fortune, but you also have to compliment Bournemouth for the way they've played this season. And, they've also shown, like Forest, that they are a tough nut to crack. And they actually creamed Forest 5-0 on their home turf. And, as both AK and I will testify, you go to deep court, you are going to get your nose bloodied a great deal. But Liverpool, with this win, have shown why, this league title is very much theirs. They've succeeded where, Arsenal obviously failed, and Nottingham Forest too, not to mention Newcastle and Manchester City. If you can do that, then, you've sewn up. And this was obviously a game where Liverpool had to work quite hard for their goals, but you can't really say that, even if you were to say that they had some good fortune, they did make their fortune in a way. And they were able to sort of stifle Bournemouth, not give them very much to work with. I think Alisson did have to make one or two saves. There was a shot which hit the post, I think I remember. Bournemouth had their chances, and they certainly were proving to be good value under Iraola. But it was a case of Liverpool really just doing what they had to do and doing it well. And they showed why that they deserve to be champions. I mean, I know that Arsenal and Forest and others are, mathematically not out of it just yet. But I do believe that I think next week they've got to play Everton, which is their game in hand, and they are, of course, in action tomorrow night in the Carling Cup semi-final second leg.
Yeah.
And that Champions League defeat to PSV once again. You see, whenever they have a defeat or a setback, they go on a winning run, and so this is sort of how smart they are. And this segues back into that little rant I had on this stream, and AK was here, where I criticised my fellow Arsenal fans for continuing to say, "Is your Premiership trophy gold?" The problem was we went unbeaten in the Premiership, but we should have gone far in the Champions League. We should have gone further than we did in the FA Cup, and a treble win would beat an unbeaten Premiership season any day of the week, and AK can agree with me on that. But if you are able to sort of manage your squad very well, and because setbacks are going to happen, it's how you recover from them that really defines you. And obviously, after that invincible win, we haven't even come close to winning the Premiership, save for maybe a few seasons since. And that's why Manchester City and Erling Haaland have every right to tell us to stay humble. But with Liverpool, they have a setback, but they end up, playing a lot better in the subsequent games. They keep, accumulating points. And that is really the sign of an efficient team. They may not necessarily be, perfect, but then players aren't perfect, teams aren't perfect. There are going to be some mistakes made. And even when City have won their titles, they never went unbeaten. But does that matter to them? No, they've won it far more times more recently. So, you've got to credit Liverpool for doing what they have to do, and they're doing it well. And Bournemouth also deserve to be credited. I'd love to see them in Europe at the end of the season. Could it be in the Conference League or maybe even the Europa League? They're still in the FA Cup, mind. I believe Everton are going to play them. So that's going to be a very tasty sort of clash, although Bournemouth are going to be coming up against David Moyes instead of Sean Dyche. But a good win for Liverpool, and this just sort of underlines why they are the worthy champions this year.
Yeah. Yeah, and did you see who the fourth official was here, Manny? Steve Martin. He done so well, he's got two brains, That's why he done so well. The man with two brains there. So, yeah, so... And I kept thinking he was putting the flag up, but it was his long nose at the end of it was going like that. But anyway, sorry.
Good one, Steve.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, sorry, we can't. We're not going to go into all those jokes here with Steve Martin. I think he's brilliant. I remember he's don't do a lot now, but I think he's brilliant. Steve Martin. Really funny. And but anyway, get back to this. And
well, it's not brilliant. It's my Wi-Fi connection. Give me 60 seconds, please.
Okay, mate. No worries.
Steve. My take on Liverpool this season. As much as I hate these top Gunners, and they're just celebrating like they just won. They're celebrating like they just won a trophy, the "We beat Manchester City" trophy. I want Liverpool this time to win it. Personally, I want them to win it because they deserve it.
Yeah,
they're on top of the Champions League. They're on top of the Prem.
Yeah. I think there's been times when they haven't played at their best, though. Okay, I think they've been
and Steve. Personally, I would say about Liverpool that Arne Slot, he didn't need time. He didn't need time to get Liverpool up and running. Look at what he's doing now. Seriously. Look at what he's done right now. I mean, coming into his first season, and look what he's doing. It's just magic.
It is, mate. It is. I still think there's times when they ain't played their best. They've been lucky, especially against us. But that's a sign of a winning team, isn't it? That's a team that wins things, wins trophies.
Yeah, and Steve, and that's why personally I say Liverpool, please win, please win the league. I don't want these top gooners coming on to coming onto the community chat and showing your retardness.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I agree. Okay, I agree. And you also see that a champion team does not, fixate on winning one particular game. Even if, let's say, they were to beat, us or Manchester City or any other team, no, they focus and it's on to the next. And that's a sign that Liverpool are just more mature than we are. So, as much as it pains me to say, as an Arsenal supporter, I think Liverpool will win the league, and I hope they win the league. Because if we somehow manage to pull the chestnuts out of the fire, our fans are going to be insufferable. But believe.
Yeah. But what Liverpool can do, score 2. Everton have doubled that and got more. They got 4 against Leicester.
Oh my God, Everton! Damn.
Leicester.
Steve, I'm telling you, David Moyes is definitely doing something. He's definitely doing a lot better at Everton compared to other clubs. He's back at his he's back at his ex club, and look what he's doing. Again.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's getting the team to play better.
He is. Yeah.
He's getting them to score goals.
Calvert Lewin's out.
It's just amazing that David Moyes. It's just amazing that David Moyes still has it in him. He still has it.
Yeah. And they signed, I think they signed 1 or 2 in that transfer window. We went through it a little while ago. I'm sure they did sign someone, didn't they? But yeah, I mean, sorry, mate.
They got Alcaraz, the tennis champion.
Alcaraz, yeah, of course, yeah, Alcaraz, yeah, yeah, mate, yeah. They won't escape, will they? With him there, but yeah. So I think, yeah, I think they're going pretty well. Beto, got another couple of goals here. Decore and Jaya, another one I rate. I think a lot of that player and Jaya, he looks really good. I don't exactly remember where they signed him from, but I think he looks a real talent. Wasn't he? I think he was at Sheffield United one time, I believe. I think he was at Sheffield United. That Enjoy, I seem to remember. So, yeah, what a player! I'm surprised Sheffield United let him go. He looks quality. But on the other hand, what can Leicester do? They're in real struggle. Can they stay up? Are they in the relegation zone, do you think?
You mean Leicester?
Yeah, Leicester, yeah.
I just think that all the goodwill that was there when Ruud van Nistelrooy joined, I think it's just dissipated. And if you were to talk to a lot of Leicester fans on the YouTube community, they will tell you that they've just they're starting to lose all hope. And even in the transfer window, I'm not too sure they really had that much in terms of activity. Maybe there's a part of me that thinks that, that they're preparing for life back in the Championship. And a bit ironic there to see Jordan Pickford being named man of the match. It's not every day that, a team wins 4-0 and the goalkeeper ends up being man of the match. I think Phil Thompson said that one time when Liverpool lost to Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. But, Liverpool, not Liverpool. The thing about Leicester is we love them normally when they play a great deal of spirit and, abandon. And they're just a joy to watch. But obviously, Jamie Vardy's the only person left from that wonderful team from back in the day. And now, of course, it's a different scenario. The days at the top are long gone, and now they've got to try and fight to stay alive. And it just doesn't really look too good for them. They're lurching to defeat after defeat after defeat, and the Spurs win at the Tottenham Stadium was just a mere exception rather than a turning point. I think Van Nistelrooy has a lot of issues, and I'd be very surprised if the club sticks with him beyond this season, I'm afraid.
Mm. You wouldn't think he'd want to manage in the Championship anyway, would you? Really? They go down. Do you see him want to manage down there? Would that be an issue for him? Managing there?
I can't see him to go there, but it will be his if he's willing to go to the Championship, then good for him. But I really don't see it happening, to be honest with you.
No. And Dinosaur Arms is roaring in goal, isn't he? He's doing well. Incredible. Yeah. But yeah, so anyway, let's move on and let's get on to this one. A rare win for Southampton, lads. Do you make of this one, gents? What about you, AK? Southampton actually winning the game.
Finally,
Amazing.
Southampton actually won a game.
Mm.
First time, finally they won a game.
Yeah.
And and I'll tell you what, this is a proper relegation battle.
Mm.
Since both of them are in the relegation zone and they're battling to get out of relegation, this is gonna be another heated battle in that area. So yeah, like I said, this is gonna be interesting. Like either Ipswich or Southampton is gonna make it. But yeah, I mean Southampton, coming out with a rare 3 points. Impressive.
Yeah. Do you think there are some good players there? They got Dibbling, who's superb. Dibbling is always dribbling, isn't he? He's incredible, mate. And they've got some really good players there, some decent players. I like that Suleimana. What a player on the wing there. He had somebody on toast the other day. He had him. He cooked him, didn't he, on the wing? Man United, was it a Man United player? Was on there, played against them. Absolutely fried them, didn't he? He was so quick. Got a lot of pace, skill. I'm amazed he's at Southampton. I think we'd have him at the bees, definitely just like that. Because what he can do on the wing is amazing, man. That Suleimana, you know him, Manny? Suleimana.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, full international with Ghana, definitely good quality. And I think under Juric, we're starting to see the best of him once again. So I still do not believe that it will be enough to keep Southampton up. And as far as Ipswich are concerned, I think this is a very damaging loss for them because it sort of pulls them firmly back into the vortex, as it were. So, Ipswich are also having some problems. They're still making some loan signings, trying to, strengthen the squad. I see that Muric was back in goal because I think Walton might have been injured. But, I really can't see much hope for Ipswich either, sadly. They're just exactly like Luton Town from the previous season, and that's a really sad thing to see. Southampton, despite this win, are still cut adrift. It's scary. I think it's too late for them, to be honest.
I do think they'll end up with more points than Derby in that, though. I mean, that won't be hard, will it? To end up with more points than Derby going down. But, I think it is a shame about Ipswich. Yeah, it's a shame about Ipswich. Do you think they'll be able to keep hold of Liam Delap if they go down? He's one of their big players there. Quality players. Will he stay?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. I just think that, he will be a target for the big clubs. I don't necessarily see Manchester City trying to buy him back, but he could very well end up going to Chelsea or even
Brentford.
I don't think Liverpool might have a place for him, but Chelsea certainly.
How about Brentford, man?
What was that, AK?
Oh yeah, about Dalap. Yeah, I mean, like, we do have a buyback clause on him, but depends on whether the sporting director decides to buy him back or loan him to another club. So
The best,
possibly it could be Brentford. You may never know. Possibly
yeah,
it could be Brentford.
yeah. We'd take him like that, mate. We'd take him. We really would. We want a proper goal scorer, and he's got a lot about him. We can see that. He's strong. He's quick. He's got a eye for the goal. He knows where the goal is. He's quality, mate. And a struggling team. He's doing really well there. And imagine what
Yeah,
he
I
could
think
do
we've
at a
lost Steve for a minute. Let's see if his Wi-Fi returns. Even he's having a few problems.
Oh, right.
But, yep. Back you are, Steve.
Am I on? Yeah. I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me, lads?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, right. Yeah, basically, yeah, we'd definitely have him, Liam Delap, any day of the week.
Loud
And,
and clear.
yeah, we'd have Delap anytime. He's superb. Quality. What we need. And, but yeah, both teams that probably doomed, I'd say, both of them. I can't see them staying up. So, them two maybe in Leicester. You think Leicester will go as well? Possibly. Can't see them staying up.
Yeah, I know. Possibly. See, either Chelsea, Brentford, or several clubs could be in for Liam Delap, but
Oh right, yeah.
yeah, even your club could be in for him. I mean, of course, anyone will want him. He comes from the best academy.
Yeah. Yeah, Man City.
Yeah,
Yeah, and we're after McAtee, I think. We're after him, mate, from your team as well. So yeah, he looks quality as
yeah.
well.
Even apparently Bayer Leverkusen are in for James McAtee.
Oh well. If they're in for him, we won't get him then. Let's be honest. We ain't getting him, are we? And kiss that goodbye. But yeah, no, quality, mate. And another great player
No,
you've
he's
got.
quality. He's quality.
And you can't keep hold of him, City, for some reason. I don't know why. But
I
listen,
think, Steve. I think the reason is he needs game time. I get it. He's young. He's
yeah,
young. He needs game time. I get it. So yeah, I mean, Pep is trying to get him into like the easier games where he gets a lot of game time and he shows his true potential.
yeah, exactly. But anyway, what about this result? This is another turn up for the books, isn't it, Manny? Fulham winning. A good team, Fulham, but beating Newcastle. We're on a great
Oh,
run.
yeah. Yep. I spoke about them earlier, Steve. And, when they come to the Emirates to play us, we've got to be afraid, be very afraid.
Yeah,
This is Fulham in a bit of a nutshell. They'll bloody a few noses and they'll really do well against some of the top teams, but they'll lose or draw matches they really should be winning. I mean, that's the way Fulham are. But you cannot underestimate them one bit, even if no matter how high you are in the league. And, they've got a very good system going on. And obviously, Raul Jimenez is in the goals, and Rodrigo Muniz also scored and is also proving to be an important player. They've solidified their defence with Bassi and Anderson and Anthony Robinson and the ex-Leicester defender Timothy Castagne in front of Bernd Leno. And of course, they've strengthened themselves by getting Willian Borges back this January. So they're going to look to certainly do as well as they can. Smith Rowe is also going to be a big part of that. Anthony Robinson also man of the match. And it's all the more surprising that Newcastle ended up losing because they did start the game very well indeed, but they are starting to show a little bit of a weakness, a soft centre in recent times, and that's 2 consecutive home games now that they've lost in the Premiership, which gives us a little bit of hope going into the semi-final second leg tonight. But Newcastle is still a solid team, and it's also no real coincidence that ever since Martin Dubravka came back as a Newcastle goal, they've looked really, really solid. And without his saves in these 2 games, they'd be even worse right now. They would have fared even worse in those games. But, Dubravka was expected once to also go to Saudi, but following Pope's injury, he's been in the team, he's been playing brilliantly, and now it looks like he'll be here till the end of the season. And if he ends up beating Arsenal, he'll have a Carling Cup, a League Cup final to look forward to. Ironically, after being cup tied for the previous one that Newcastle were in. But I think Newcastle are going to be extra motivated against us. They do well, but Fulham, they have the makings of a very good team. You've really cited Iwobi and Smith Rowe, their Arsenal connection. Willian will come back in. Also Muniz and Himmerson, who was man of the match. Look a lot more defensively than they're used to. Marco Silva's done a really good job with them, but a good win for Fulham, another disappointment for Newcastle. But maybe, they're a team that can say that they've got bigger fish to fry in terms of the prospect of playing in another cup final and maybe winning silverware. We'll find out. Although if Liverpool do and go through, I think it's fair to say that Liverpool might end up adding another piece of their collection. But, if Newcastle do go through to the final, all I can say is up the Geordies.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's a case of with these ex-Arsenal players, they could do a Jim Bain and say, here's what you used to have. Great, super smashing, lovely.
Yeah, once again, Steve's Wi-Fi is letting him down. But, AK, if you're still there, what did you think of that game?
Oh, me? Yeah, I mean,
AK, you there?
Yeah, I'm there, yeah. I'm there. Can you hear me?
Well,
yeah, I mean, I don't know.
We're still going through the results of the games that have gone by, and we've spoken about quite a few.
Oh,
I think
yes,
AK
Steve.
is having a few problems with his volume. But we should have Mr. B back. And Steve, I think your Wi-Fi is giving you some more problems, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought I was still on here all right. I thought everything was fine, but obviously not. Oh well. You can hear me now though.
Can't hear you, I'm afraid. I'm gonna drop off.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
I think it's yours. It's yours, Manny.
Oh, is it Manny's? Oh, right. Yeah, I thought I was okay on here, AK. I thought you could hear me and all that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, great result for Fulham. Newcastle, though, still a good team. Great team.
They are still a good team.
Be tough.
They are still a good team. Not gonna lie. And yeah, I'm also rooting for the Geordies tonight. Up the Geordies. Humble them, lot, please. Please humble them, lot. Come on, Newcastle, please.
Why, man? Why, up the Geordies.
Why, yeah.
And a dick. You know what I mean? Up the Geordies, lad. Yeah, see, look, Warren's saying that. Look, my Wi-Fi's fine. It's being questioned. Nothing wrong with it. Huh? Yeah, I thought it was all right. Anyway. Now, Manny, you're wrong, bro. It's not my Wi-Fi. It's probably yours. Yours again. Just get a proper laptop.
But
Sort your laptop out. Get a laptop. Get back on here.
Yeah, I've given it for repairs. I'll get a word on as to whether it'll be fixed. But yeah, AK, did you give your thoughts on this game, by the way?
He did.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I gave my thoughts on the Newcastle Fulham game, and yeah, it was like a clash between two good teams yet again, and yeah, and of course, and I said before you came in that I'm going to be rooting for the Geordies tonight.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
As you should. As you should.
Poor old Arsenal leave with nothing as we go on about bullseye again. You leave with nothing. Yeah. 180. But yeah, great super smashing, lovely. Here's what you could have won. But yeah, yeah. What about this shock as well? Wolves 2 Villa 0, Manny. What a surprise, eh?
Yeah.
What a surprise.
A Midlands derby and Aston.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to take this one?
Oh yeah, Wolves and Villa. Yeah, again another loss for Unai Emery, but yeah, I mean it is a good victory for Wolves. You know, despite their season despite their season spiraling down out of control. You know, new manager, and then there's some heated moments in the dressing room, and the fans want their owners out, and yeah, I mean, I do have a bit of pity for Wolves, but yeah, at the end of the day, for them, it's a good uplifting result for them, and hopefully they string a couple of wins and then get back to winning ways.
Yeah. Yeah. I think could they stay up? Do you think Wolves have they got a chance now of staying up? I think they're a pretty good team, really. I still rate them. They've got some good players. Eight Nori, quality. Of course, Cunha. This man, you know, a lot of teams wanted him, tried to buy him. I think in the transfer window. Arsenal, one of them, Manny, I think, wanted him. Do you think City would have took him, AK?
Yes.
I don't think so. I don't think so, though. I mean,
No.
possibility, but yeah, at the moment he's not. At the moment he's not. At the moment he's not in our books. At the moment he's not on our list. So I would say either Liverpool, Arsenal, or the other clubs would be interested in him.
Yeah, he's a quality player.
He's a good player. He's a good player, no doubt.
The baller, you know. I think people are questioning could be a little bit lazy or whatever. He don't always turn up for a game. But I don't know. I think sometimes that is a little bit of arrogance there, a little bit of laziness, cockiness maybe. But I think he's a quality player. I mean, the Bees would have him. We'd have him all day long, man. But, you know, absolute quality. And I was surprised nobody did get him. I think Wolves done well to keep hold of him, to be honest. They need him. If they're going to stay up, I think he'll be part of that to help them stay up. So, could be important for them to keep hold of him. So, yeah, but he's quality, no doubt. And, you know, there's a few others there. They made up a lot of, obviously, Portuguese players and Brazilian. Obviously, Bellegarde got the goal.
They had Neto at one time. They had Neto until he moved to Chelsea.
Yeah. He's good. I thought Neto. I thought he's quality, man, quality player. You know.
Yeah, he's a quality player, no doubt, and no doubt, and no wonder Chelsea wanted him.
Yeah. Do you think he's done well at Chelsea though? Do you think he's settled in there well?
Yeah, I think he is. And despite and also scoring a goal against West Ham, just 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Not 2 days ago. Yeah. I think that was last. I think that was last night. Yeah, he scored a goal against West Ham.
That was Monday, a couple of days ago. Monday, that game. Monday.
Oh yeah, Monday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Neto is a classy player, no doubt. I mean, and he has the makings of a top class player in the league.
Oh, exactly. And here's something Manny doesn't want to hear. Martinez didn't keep. Martinez with not another clean sheet, Manny.
Amy Martinez.
Clean sheet, but yeah, that shot from Bellegarde obviously was a very powerful one, which would have beaten any goalkeeper. But if you've got the accolades that he has, you will be disappointed at letting one in at your near post. And his own Instagram.
Number one, Manny's number one.
All right.
Number one.
I'm also accept that in recent times form hasn't been the best, and the thing about Emmy is that he goes through a period probably in January or so where his form is a bit disappointing, but in February and March and April he sort of picks it up, and that sort of is a reflection of Villa as a team, as it were. I do remember saying to you though, Steve, that if Villa failed to win at Wolverhampton, then they would have no chance of getting a European spot via the league. And I know that, they are technically still a few points away from the Champions League places, but I'm not about to pretend that other teams will bump that badly to let them back in. They have addressed the shortcomings in their team, of course, by getting the signings they have. And this upcoming Sunday, we'll see them, we'll see those players put to the test. We should see Rashford, Marlon, even Disasi.
And even Marco Asensio. Marco Asensio, Oof. I can't believe Villa got Marco Asensio from PSG.
Yeah.
On loan.
Yeah. I was telling at the top of the show, AK, that Asensio had fallen a bit down the pecking order at Real Madrid, and at PSG he was also finding it difficult. Moving to Aston Villa, who are also in the Champions League and who have done what Real Madrid and PSG failed to do, and that is secure automatic qualification to the last 16. I think he'll enjoy the challenge, and he should be able to play. I think PSG have made it clear that they won't stand in their way and ask Asensio not to play in the Champions League. Of course, the likelihood of Villa coming up against PSG is very less, and we don't even know if PSG will even qualify, although they do have an easy playoff. But going back to centre, the new signings should come in to play at home against Spurs, and we'll see how far they'll improve the team. I think Watkins is also probably an injury doubt for this Sunday, so Rashford should start, and he will play up front in the central role. And I think well, because in Amorim's first game, he played Rashford up front, and a lot of United fans have been bitterly divided over the treatment of Rashford by Amorim. There are some who support it, others who don't. It's a bit like the Arteta-Aubameyang issue at Arsenal in many ways. And now that Disasi has come in, Boubacar Kamara will not be playing centre-back anymore. This chap, Rodgers, has been a shining light, but he will have some moments where he can be, stifled and somewhat off the pace. But as I said, the new signings, once they're blooded in, should be able to, really improve the team. I think Nedeljkovic has been a disappointment and on loan anyway. But, Aston Villa should be able to recover. I still don't think they will have quite enough to finish in the European places. They won't qualify for the Champions League via the league table. I don't think they'll do that. But if they somehow manage to win the Champions League, it will be one of the biggest shocks in the history of the competition and one of the most beautiful stories. So they have some good players too, do the Villa, and they should have a good team. But injuries have hurt them at the wrong time. It's weakened their defense. And defensively, they can still be prone to a lot of mistakes. So that is something that Emery has to set right. I think Disasi will do well. He'll have points to prove. And we'll see how they recover. A lot of people say that he's a bit of a lazy git, but, he's really proving to be one of Villa's better players at the moment.
And coming to Yuri Tielemans.
And I'm going to have to come back again, Steve.
Yeah. Carry on, AK.
Oh yeah, coming to Yuri Tielemans this season. He's been outstanding for Villa. Ever since he came in from Leicester City. Not gonna lie. Yeah, he is. Oof. What a play turning out to be. At the top level especially.
He hasn't performed lately though, AK. He hasn't done a lot lately, mate. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. It's a part and parcel of the game.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've got to go on and talk about this one, AK. I don't really want to.
Oh my God! You had this under your hands.
I'm not going to even talk about it. I'll let you lads go on about it. I don't want to go on about it anymore. Fucking pissed off with it. Be quite honest. Go on, AK. What do you make of it? I don't want to know.
Honestly, this game, I thought Brentford had the team to take advantage of a Spurs, if you get what I'm saying. And unexpected result for Brentford. I mean, I don't know. Spurs is. I just don't get this. Spurs are battling relegation, and Brentford having the best side against Spurs and still can't even manage to beat them it's quite weird. It's really quite weird in my opinion.
Yeah. Right. Spot on, man. Spot on. I want to know why. There's something seriously wrong with our team. Something wrong in our team. And I want to know why we can't beat these teams. This team was struggling, Spurs, don't forget. Was it seven games they'd lost?
Seven games, yeah.
Was it one drawn? How can we not beat a fucking team like that, man? How can we not? How are we that bad? Why do we struggle against these teams? We get a good win against someone. We beat, Palace away, 2-1. And then we come back to home at the G-Tech and lose to Spurs. Frigging Spurs, who are not any good. And I will keep saying that. And I'm sorry if I offend anyone, Eugene or anyone else. But they're not that great, Tottenham. Yeah, they got some good players out, and they'll probably have them back very soon. But really, we should be beating teams like this. We should. And
you should. You should be. You literally should be beating Spurs with the quality of the squad that you have.
And by the way, don't underestimate Son. A lot of people said he's finished. He isn't. Son.
He isn't. Surprisingly, he isn't.
He's still quality. He's still a good player. Do not slag him off. He's still a quality player, Son. He went through a bit of a bad spell, but then who doesn't? What player doesn't? And, as they say, form is temporary, class is permanent. And he is a quality player. And they've got some other good players as well. They've got, what's the other one I wrote there? That Jed Spence. I think he's quality as well.
Kulusevski,
yeah, he's good. Rate him. Very good. And Archie Gray, sorry. One we nearly had at the Bees. For some reason, they bloody got him off us, bastards. Got him off us, Archie Gray. Yeah. As you can tell, I'm not happy, okay, about this. But yeah, it's not good. But big up to our good mate Eugene there, Manny. I'm sure he was very happy with that, wasn't he?
Here's the thing. You've been on a stream with him to know that he pretty much doesn't care how the team does, as long as at the end of the day, Daniel Levy, end up getting out. And I think I'll answer Warren's question by saying that Spurs might not have been jammy necessarily, but they were certainly anti-Ange. They were more of a counter-attacking team. They absorbed a lot of the press from Bedford, and they hit the bees on the counter-attack. And now Ange is sort of discovering that there is another way to play and another way to win, and that winning is probably a little bit more important than entertaining. And Jed Spence, man of the match. You've got to give credit to Ange, who's got Spence playing and playing well. Conte wasn't interested in him, but Ange seems to enjoy working with him, and it's proving. I think Spence is moving on from leaps and bounds, and we should have gotten him once upon a time. I remember when we played in the FA Cup against Nottingham Forest, he was one of the better players, and he was instrumental in beating us at the City Ground. He was also a big part of that team that won as the playoff, if memory serves me right, to secure promotion to the Premiership at the expense of Huddersfield Town. Yep, that's right. And then, we could have done with him, and then Spurs got him away from us. So I share your anger at Spurs, Steve. They are, in that respect, very jammy. And I will. You can answer the question as to whether or not Spurs were jammy. I just think Spurs found another way to win, and they did it well. And of course, with their new signings coming in, they will also be expected to improve quite a bit.
Money.
Go on, Steve, answer Warren's question. Were Spurs jammy?
Matty Stell, on loan to Spurs. He rejected United to join Spurs. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I'll be back again.
Okay, United is shit. Why do you want to go there? Mind you, Spurs are shit as well. Sorry, they beat us, but so what? I still think they're shit, and I'm still going to say that. Anyway, I'm going to answer that. Warren, thank you, I will. And I think they actually had a very resilient performance. I don't think we were at our best, where we should have been at home. I don't know what happened. I want to know. There should be an inquiry, because I want to know why we weren't at our best. At home with a team that's on form. We're on form. We got Mbomo and everything, Visser firing, and Damsgaard and whatever, playing well, really well, Lewis Potter. So why are we struggling? Why do we struggle to beat these teams we should be beating? Because I haven't got a clue. And I feel like going there to ask Thomas that. What is his answers? Why does he keep funneling back and being defensive when we should be on the attack? And laying off players as well. Why are we doing that? Because you can't lay off teams like this. Any team will play well when you lay off them. And I personally don't think that they are great. I think they've got a few great individual players, Spurs. As I say, Son. As I say, Spence. Gray, Kulusevski. I even rate that Bergvall. He's a good player. They got. But at the end of the day, I still think we should be beating them. And we just didn't turn up. For some reason, we didn't turn up. And it's criminal. It's absolutely criminal. And I actually think our away form is going better than our home form. For some reason, our home form has nosedived, disintegrated for some reason. When we're getting loads of goals and then winning games by a lot of goals and still, conceding. But, we were actually going well. And for some reason, it changed. But especially against Forest when we lost 2-0 at home. And then against blooming Arsenal, 3-1 at home as well. Gosh, I couldn't believe. But still, it happens, doesn't it? And I'm pissed off about it. I'm not settling for it. A lot of the Bees fans are saying, well, we're doing well.
I can imagine.
Who gives a shit? We're up in the Premier. I want us to win things, mate. I'm ambitious. I want us to do something.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Brentford fans are very ambitious about their club. They want them to reach the heights of Europe. I get them, and also Brentford fans are very passionate about their club. I've seen it.
Yeah, some of us are. Yeah, some of us are. Some aren't.
Oh, have you got any happy clappers in your club already?
Yeah.
Is it being infested?
Yeah, mate. Some are just happy just to be up in the Premiership. And yeah, it's great. I love being in Premier. Of course I do. I don't want to be going down back in the Championship or whatever. But we're still here to compete, aren't we? Are we not here to compete? Rather than just be a fucking, losers at the end of the day, last. We should be better than this. We should be up there challenging for Europe, which we were at one stage. We could have had Europe at one stage, when we had still had the likes of Tony and whatever. And no, I hate him. I can't stand him. What he done to our club and that. He scored a lot of goals. He was a brilliant goal scorer, and I like him for that. I thought that was great. But as a human being, a bloke, no, I think he's a prat. Can't stand him. But losing at home to those scumbags is completely unacceptable.
Yeah, facts.
You're right, Ron. You're right, mate. But we did. Well, we can't change it. It's now in the past, and got to move on. We've got to move on. And then, as I say, we've got West Ham away on the 15th. Yeah, good luck to us there, isn't it? We bloody Harry Potter.
Against Graham Potter, Against Graham Potter.
Yeah. Yeah. He'll be waving his magic wand again and putting a spell on us, I think, Harry Potter. Yeah. But no, well, what do you think about it all, Manny?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, Spurs did find a way to win, but Brentford obviously, need to start, they're going to have to make a decision whether or not they're really happy being just a mid-table team, because there is potential in your team.
Oh yeah, one sec. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Fine. Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
go on, Manny.
And there is potential, obviously, for Brentford to go a little higher if you can, but you have to decide if you want, maybe it might be time for a change of approach. But these things will sort of get resolved over time, and we'll see. We'll just see what happens. But now, though, I think in the short term, maybe what's being required is an opportunity to build a platform. And once you have a solid platform, maybe you can go from there. So we'll see how that works.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to do now for us, I think. I thought at one stage we were going to get top 10, maybe 9th or 8th, even 7th, maybe. But no, I think now it's maybe 11th, 12th, 13th, something like that. I don't think it's any more than that. Because we just don't seem to do it. We're not good enough. There's something in us, some attitude or mental problem that we can't get over the line and beat these teams. It's just, I don't know what it is, but we got a long way to go, and I hope to get better. I hope we've got some good signing. That Coyote will be a good signing, I think. I want Thiago to come back and do something, because he's still out again. Our striker, replacement for Tony, basically, and he's still out again. And other players, I think Henry, he's coming back, as we know. Be great to get him back in. Hickey as well. Won't be much longer for them. So, but there are positives to this season. We've had some good performances. Damsgaard, good. Collins at the back, it's been great. Quite a few others. Lewis Potter, Visser and Bomo have had a great season. Although at times they've gone missing, which ain't great. I think they went missing against Spurs sometimes, but I don't think Bomo had his best game either there. So, but yeah, it's been amazing, really. Yeah, we had some really good performances at times. So I'm not totally going to moan against them and come down on them. But I'm not really happy with it because I know we can be better than this. I know we can, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's going against us. But there we go. But speaking of a team losing at home, and that's Man United. They lost as well to Palace.
Ooh. It's really, really, really fun in some ways seeing United struggle. And, a lot of people are starting to see Amorim as being just not the right fit. And if he had any integrity, he would have stayed at Sporting Lisbon. I'm serious. He would have done that.
Yeah.
Of course, after he left, they literally took a nosedive in the Champions League group stage, but I think they're still in the playoffs for what it's worth. But things just aren't working, and his decision to play Kobe Mainoo as a false nine, it smacks to me of some of the worst tendencies of even Mikel Arteta. If you want to get rid of Marcus Rashford and you don't have any other striker, you might as well sign another good one. And I think a lot of people want to give Amorim the benefit of doubt and say, he's got to, have full control over the squad, dismantle everything, and, start from scratch. And if it means having to move a number of players on, so be it. But there are some players in that Manchester United team, Steve, that are not justifying the wages they're earning, and they're still continuing to play. And, you mentioned the banana. Once again, he couldn't keep a clean sheet, while the Turkish delight, Altay Bayındır, has been impressive in Europe again. And I think he will play in the cup, in the FA Cup too. Even Bruno Fernandes, there have been some where he's been behaving. Quite a few other players, obviously. Casemiro is well on his way out. I don't see him coming back. Christian Eriksen might have one final season and then be moved on. And Højlund and Xerxes are just not able to make things happen. With Palace, once again, fine win for Glasner. I know you lot beat them at Selhurst Park, but you know from that game that they are a very hard-working, committed team, Glasner, and they deserve their win. And for the ex-United goalkeeper Dean Henderson, it was certainly a very sweet return.
Yeah. And it's a Mateta, not an Arteta, doing a job on them there at United, wasn't it? Great from him, 2 goals. Seems to be on a bit of form, doesn't he? Playing well, getting a few goals there. Mateta.
Hold on. Yeah, good. Can you hear me now? I was just about to say, Steve, that as long as Crystal Palace have Jean-Philippe in their team, it's a case of Hakuna Mateta. No worries for the rest of the season.
Yeah. No worries, eh? Yeah, I'm sure. I think they'll stay up, Palace. I think they're well and truly staying up, aren't they? No issues for them.
Yeah.
United still got a lot to do. Let's be honest. Got these new players in. Let's hope they gel quickly and hit the ground running with these new players, but not always easy.
They need a Simba to come in and lead them. Simple as that.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're gloating a bit about this, AK. Yeah, them losing United.
Old Trafford is falling down. Tenak. Oh, sorry, not Tenak, sorry. Amorim's a fucking clown. Glaze is staying 10 more years. We rival fans are on the piss.
Yeah, you're loving it, aren't you? You're not.
I'm loving it. I mean, of course. I mean, like, it would have been better if my team at least would have battled it out at the Emirates and at least got a draw or at least could have won the game. But still, it would actually been better if my team would have won and United lost, and it would have been instant roasting sessions on and on.
Yeah. Yeah. So you got no sympathy here for United, have you? Okay.
I still have no sympathy for United. You know me. I'm a I'm I'm a City fan. I have no sympathy for Man United. Even though this year.
You're still above them, which is even
Yeah,
better.
we're still above them, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But good win for Palace though. Very good win. And they're going well, I think. They're a good team. I think, yeah, we only just beat them 2-1. That wasn't that easy.
And they are 13th, yeah. And Steve, and hear this, they are 13th in the table. Battling relegation. They become relegation divided. Not relegation united. They've become relegation united. Not Man United anymore. They are finished.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I'm sorry to do this to you, AK, but we're going to move on to this one.
I know. Go ahead. I mean,
and
I literally was Steve. Steve. Literally, I was in a head loss after watching that game. I literally was in a complete head loss after watching that. One of the worst performances that I've ever seen from my team. This is literally one of the worst performances ever.
Be humble, AK. Be humble. But yeah. I think Haaland wish he'd never said that, didn't he? You reckon? Erling Haaland?
I think I'll let Money answer that because his team pumped my team, so Money gets to have a say in this.
Yeah, come on, Manny. You know you love this. Come on.
Yeah, listen. If you were here at the top of the show, you basically would have heard me say, and echoing quite a few members of the YouTube community, Arsenal YouTube community, that this 5-1 result could very well prove to be the worst thing that could happen to our season. Kai Havertz, man of the match, go knock it off. Jog on. He missed a sitter, and just because he scored a better goal, he gets the sympathy vote. No, give it to Skelly, give it to Nwaneri. Havertz, you're taking the mickey.
Miles Lewis Skelly plays for England soon. Da, da, da.
Who is Smelly Kelly? Who is Smelly Kelly? Who does he think he is? Doing the Haaland celebration.
Yeah,
exactly. Okay, and I'm going to tell you right now. Last season, it was Martin Odegaard, that ridiculous stunt where he was taking pictures of the West Ham fans leaving the stadium. This time around, it'll be Lewis Skelly doing the Holland yoga thing. If we lose the league, we're going to look back on that and say, you idiot, you shouldn't have done that. And because we've won this way, we didn't even bother to make any attempts to sign a striker. I think there was a half-hearted attempt to actually try and get rid of to sign the ex-Chelsea striker, Alvaro Morata, Spain captain, of course. Warren obviously doesn't rate him. There was a time when I thought he'd be perfect for us, but I think that time has actually passed. He was at AC Milan earlier this season, but now they've sent him away to Turkey on a 12-month loan with a possible obligation to buy. And he can't seem to secure a club deal as of late. He did score at Real Madrid in the Champions League, going back to his, boyhood club. But, he just hasn't been able to make it happen. Although for Spain, he is still, top dog. But that fell through. He went to Turkey instead. And so we don't have a striker. We still have Kai Havertz. And I can never forgive him for that disgusting disaster class against Manchester United in the FA Cup. Missing sitters left, right, and centre. Missed a penalty in the shootout. He didn't deserve any of the sickening abuse that he got from fans, him or his wife. That was disgusting. And, those people responsible for that be named and shamed. To the game itself, AK will agree with me that it was catalogue of errors really that led to most of those goals. At least
There were
three of them.
money.
I think it was a
Money. Money.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry if I'm interjecting here, but I have to come in and talk about the defense. First of all, our defense is shambolic. Absolutely shambolic. Not gonna lie. After Haaland scoring the equalizer, we should have held on to it, kept our defense rock solid, and gone for the second goal instead. But again, a catalogue of errors from the back is what costed us. Akanji
Exactly.
going back to Bozo's settings yet again. And Ortega. Yeah, like I said on the live chat, Ortega had one of his worst games in a City shirt. Literally one of the worst games. And Stones, I think it's time to bid farewell to John Stones at this rate, because I mean, look, although coming back from injury, he wanted to at least come back and get some, he wanted to come back and make a statement. But yeah, I mean, what can I say about John Stones? I mean, time for him to move on is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there he is there, Stoney. I've never rated him AK, by the way. I never thought I don't know why he's in the England squad either, England team. I never thought he was anything special. How did he always get in there? I think he's one of Wally Southgate's favourites, I think. That's why.
Nah, Steve, I'll tell you what, John Stones has been clutch in several moments. He was at his prime back in he was at his prime when we first signed him. And yeah, he was at his prime, not gonna lie. I mean, like, he was the best defender that we had, but now I literally don't see that version of John Stones anymore, and I think it's time for him to move on and find a successor to take his place.
Yeah, be humble.
Yeah.
Humble. Yeah.
Yeah, but if I could just come right back in, we also have to accept that, we were lucky with the goals. They were gifts. What Akanji was thinking with that ridiculous dawdling on the ball, it just was, we pressed him and we got the ball from him, and then nice assist from Havertz. Odegaard broke his duck against City. And, we went in at 1-0 at half-time, and you didn't think that City would disintegrate at all. And then obviously Holland equalised, dunking on Gabriel. But then, John Stones obviously was the chap off whom Partey's shot deflected and went past Stefan Ortega in the goal. I believe there was a poor pass from Savinho, which led to another goal. So for at least 3 of the 5 goals, we were the beneficiaries of some poor defensive play from Manchester City, and you'd never expect that. I mean, obviously Kyle Walker's gone to AC Milan, and he's not even good enough to play in that defense anymore. And I have to say this, AK, the new chap you got in, Husanov, I really don't see much hope for him based on how he performed against Chelsea. And I don't even think he came off the bench that night against Arsenal. So, look, it was a result that obviously gave us a little bit more credit than we deserved, although I think AK can agree with me that on the balance of play, we were the better team and we deserved it. But
you were the better team, no doubt.
5-1 win and just...
You were the better team, no doubt.
But to crow about this win and say, go... but what I'm saying, AK, is the way we're crowing about this the win, saying, now that we've scored 5 goals against Manchester City, we've shown that we don't need a striker, and we are on track to go to challenge for the league again. The fact is, we're still 6 points behind Liverpool, soon to be 9, assuming Liverpool beat Everton. And even if they draw against Everton, it's still 7 points. And there's no guarantee that we're going to get anything from Liverpool at Anfield or even Nottingham Forest at the City Ground. And bear in mind, there will be some other tough games. Fulham have to come over to the Emirates, as I've mentioned. And with their array of ex-Gooners, they'll be ex-Gunners in their team. They'll be eager to, scalp us again. But going overboard with the celebration, there is a time for everything. They were, I wouldn't say necessarily jammy, Warren, but, our goals were a little bit fortunate, it has to be said. Had Newcastle defended a lot better, I really don't think they would have lost 5-1. But what we're doing right now is effectively saying that we don't need a striker, but that's just wrong, because I don't believe that this team has the ability to score the goals it needs to score in crunch games come the end of the season. And there are some very big crunch games to play, and if we fail in those games, then what's the point of celebrating? There's a time for everything, as it is said in the Holy Bible. A time to celebrate a win, and a time to, just be humble, as people would say. And
Mani,
like
I want to comment as well. And for all the people who are thinking that we City fans are overprotective of Foden. No, we're not like that. I mean, Phil Foden needs to be questioned. He needs to be questioned about his performances on the pitch lately. He has been ghosting in big games.
Yeah.
And against Arsenal, where was he? Where was he? Literally, we needed him to turn up.
Yeah.
We needed Phil Foden to turn up. Where was he?
He got 2 against us, mate. That was what I was pissed off about as well. He turns up against us, doesn't he? Phil Foden.
I understand your anger about Phil Foden, AK, and I will come back in. But look, this season has been a horrible season in many ways for Manchester City, and I think next season you will recover and be fine. But I was going to say, what I like about Liverpool and what I liked about City back in the day was that even if you were to secure results like this in crunch games against teams like Liverpool and United and even us, you wouldn't go overboard with your celebrations. You'd say, on to the next. We've got bigger fish to fry. We've got a bigger goal to achieve. What we're doing by going overboard and celebrating this win, that is going to be our downfall. It's like Bournemouth all over again, where, Reece Nelson scored that breathlessly late win and everyone was saying, oh, it's the stuff of champions. No, we never should have allowed Bournemouth to take a 2-0 lead against us, I'm sorry to say. And even now, we need to accept that as well as we did play, we weren't as, flawless as people would think we are. We didn't keep a clean sheet last night for a start. And City were just awful, defensively shambolic, as AK would agree. But we still allowed them to score past us, and there were times when they were threatening when they had the ball in our half. So we need to stay humble. If we win the league, let's celebrate then, and let's look back on this with fond memory. Otherwise, the Mars Lewis Skelly celebration will go on to be another stupid stunt, just like the Odegaard camera stunt was. We need to stay humble, and I hope you can agree with me on that, AK.
I agree with you on that, and especially these top gooners. Yeah, they I mean, forget money. Forget needing to stay humble. They need to learn the definition of the word humble. They need to learn that.
Yeah.
Simply, and Steve, I'll tell you what. These top gooners, these online fans keep coming on to like the city group chats and just showing off their cockiness yet again and being absurd. That talks a lot. That this shows that Arsenal as a fan base are a small-minded club. They're a small club.
Yeah, they are. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, they're supposed to be giants of the Premier and the world in a way, if you like to say that. But they don't act like it, do they? Unfortunately. And
Yeah, they don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth, Steve, and that's why.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, and that's why guys like Lee Gunner, Northside, and the rest of the Arsenal content creators, they're out there spitting the truth.
Exactly. Telling it how it is. That's what you got to do. Be honest. Don't bullshit. You know.
But then you know, right? These top gunners who are overprotecting Arteta, they are the types who call you, oh, you're a fake fan. You're a fake fan. You don't support the club.
Yeah. Yeah. Do they know what a true fan is after these? After these are born, was it only a few years ago? And they don't know. They don't know from the past what Arsenal won, all the trophies they won, all the success they've had. They think, oh look, you know, so what? We're waiting. Arteta will get there eventually, and he's had so many years now in the job, and he's won what 2? He won.
He's only won 2 trophies, and he's Steve. He's won 2 trophies and has spent twice the money as us, and look what we have won, despite spending less, despite spending, you know, as per rival fans, that they say that, oh, you know, City have oil money, they can spend and win the league. I mean, look, it's not about spending the money and getting the players and winning the league. I mean, it's the way your club is run.
Yeah.
It's the way your club is run. And I'm gonna be honest here that, look, a club like mine has come from humble beginnings. Yeah, ever since Sheikh Mansour took over the club, he brought in the structure we needed. He built a new stadium.
Yeah.
He basically put us on the world map. He basically put us in the map of Europe.
You were what? Were you in Championship and whatever at one stage, League One? Whatever?
Yeah, we were.
Yeah. And look where you are now, and what you've won. You won all those trophies. You won Champions League. You won Premier.
We did the treble.
Yeah,
we did the treble. We won 4 in a row.
Exactly.
We are champions of Europe, Club World Cup winners.
Yeah.
UEFA Super Cup winners.
Yeah, the list goes on, doesn't it? But now you're struggling for some reason. Some of the players have come to the end of their time, are they? You could say.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Frankly,
Walker,
yeah.
Carl Walker for sure.
Yeah, Carl Walker's is gone to AC on loan. Then Gundogan, I think his time has come to an end, and I think KDB won't be staying another year at the club. Ruben Diaz is definitely staying. Then Stones and Ake will get passed on. And Kovacic, I'm not so sure what's going to happen to Kovacic. I mean, he's a good player, no doubt, but I think eventually he's also gonna move on.
So he's going to stay. Haaland's going to stay, isn't he?
Haaland's staying. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, Haaland is definitely staying. He's already signed a 9-year contract.
Oh, fucking 9 years. Yeah, all right. Is he definitely going to stay for 9 years? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about that, mate. But
yeah, I mean, like, depends on how my club progresses in 9 years. Whether we get back to winning ways, start being consistent.
Yeah. Who else will stay, do you think? Will you keep the younger players in? We can keep some of them, good younger players. Your new signings, Mamouche and all that, you got in there now, and you got Kuserov.
We got Vitor Reis, we got Kusanov, and now we got a Nico Gonzalez from Porto.
Yeah. You still going to keep a fair amount of those. Silvino, another good player.
Yeah, Savino is there definitely. Doku's there,
Doku, yeah.
and then
Still-
Grealish, and I think Grealish also will leave.
Do you think? He'd go for a lot, wouldn't he? Do you think he'd go for a load of money? Surely, Grealish?
Yeah, I think so.
What did you pay for him? 100 million, didn't you? You pay 100 mil for him or something?
Yeah, 100 mil for him. Yeah.
Oh. Will you get that back? I don't think you will you? You think you'll get that back for him? 100 odd mil? I think it'd be something like, do you think maybe 80, 70, something like that?
Yeah, within that price range, I would say, yeah, like around 70 to 80 mil.
It'll still be a lot of money. I mean,
It'll be a lot of money, yeah. It'll be a lot of money, definitely.
no, probably not. Well, they paid 100 odd mil for Declan Rice, so you know. Would you get Grealish money?
Question.
Oh, sorry, Manny. Go ahead.
He's back.
Yeah. Look, you have to give Grealish credit. Obviously, he, moved to City. Aston Villa got a lot of dosh for him, and he's ended up winning trophies left, right, and centre. But maybe time underneath a micromanager. Sorry, OK, like Pep Guardiola hasn't really, done it too much good. He just maybe gone to a club where he'll find his freedom again. If he enjoys playing on the left, I wouldn't mind, signing him as a short-term replacement for maybe Gabriel Martinelli. Now, I go back and forth on Martinelli. I really love the bloke, and I do believe that his struggles are also the result of being mismanaged by Arteta. But on some occasions, there are occasions where he just doesn't seem to get the basics of playing right, playing with his head down, not being able to control his runs and so forth. He had a goal, of course, against Manchester City that was chalked off for offside. At his best, he's a beautiful player, Martinelli, but it's just not working with Arteta. My biggest fear is that maybe Arteta might spoil Grealish too. So for Grealish's sake, I think my final decision would be no. Not because I wouldn't want him, but because I wouldn't want Arteta to spoil him. Could he do a job? Could he do a job with Unai Emery back at Aston Villa? Would Aston Villa want him back? I'm not too sure. It could very well be that he might end up moving to
abroad.
Maybe abroad to one of the bigger clubs, or maybe if he's willing to stay in England to move to a slightly lower club to continue playing football, then maybe that would work for him. But I'm sure he'd want to have European competition. Maybe Nottingham Forest might move in for him.
Yeah,
you never know.
It's quite odd that Spurs were actually wanting Jack Grealish. Spurs were onto him.
Had the money to get him. They shouldn't they? Spurs should be able to get him. You'd think.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know about Grealish joining Spurs, but I think there'll be a time that a better club will come in and sign him.
Well, it won't be Brentford, that's for sure. We wouldn't have the
fucking I can imagine Grealish at Brentford. Oh my days.
Yeah, I can imagine it, but it's never going to happen. That's for sure. Money, we ain't got the money, mate. It ain't going to happen. No way. But yeah, before we move on, I'm going to upset Manny here a little bit. I think Ranieri and Lewis Kelly are going to both play for England. Sorry, mate. You don't believe that. You don't want that to happen, do you, Manny? Sorry. But I think they will. I think he will put them in.
It's too much. I mean, look, I know it worked for Wayne Rooney at his age, and obviously he proved to be, an exception. Moyes didn't want him to play for England at that age anyway. And before anyone shows how much he knew at the time, Moyes actually was right. It was just good fortune, really, that when Sven picked Rooney, he turned out to be so good. We do have a problem at left back. I'd like to see Tyreek Mitchell be considered to play in that position. Obviously, Luke, I'm sure, out of the picture. And if I never see another right-footed player playing at left back ever again, it will be too soon. I just don't know if Lewis Skelly will be the person who fit Tuchel's profile. I don't even know what formation he would use. And AK will remember, and I'm sorry to have to mention this, but when he lost to Chelsea in the 2021 Champions League final, Tuchel actually used a 3-4-3 formation. I don't know if he's necessarily going to do that this time. Yeah, that's what I said, a 3-4-3. So that means that there could be possible room for Harry Maguire, John Stones, and another central defender. Maybe Kyle Walker could play in the centre because, let's face it, he's now a walker. He's no longer a runner, and he can't play as a right back or a right wing back. Maybe Trent Alexander-Arnold could, be. Maybe he wouldn't have to come back and defend as much. I know it didn't quite work under Southgate, but Southgate, I don't think, had three at the back that time in the Euros. But it's too much too soon for both Skelly and Nwaneri. I think they should just concentrate on enjoying their club football and developing. And look, once Bukayo Saka comes back in, then Nwaneri won't even be in the picture anyway. With MLS, it might be different because, we're crying out for a quality left back at the moment. But let someone like Tyreek Mitchell have it. If Ben Chilwell gets back into form with Crystal Palace, albeit after competition with Mitchell, bring him back into the picture. It's too soon for them. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, Manny. We know you're upset about it, so we won't push it any further.
And I'm sorry again, but I'll have to drop out again.
If it happens, you'll still be happy for them, wouldn't you? If they get in there. He's gone. Oh well, I've upset him. Okay. Anyway, no, because you don't think they should be in there yet. That's what he's saying. But if it don't matter what age you are, if you're still young enough, so what? Young enough, old enough. What does it matter?
No, what does it matter? Why does it matter?
They're quality, mate. They're great players.
Yeah.
They're the future. They're the future for England, aren't they? So
they are the future, indeed. They are.
Yeah, get them in, mate. That's what I say. But yeah, let's go to this one, and because obviously we're going 3 hours something now. Fucking gone on too long this stream. But anyway, Chelsea 2,
3 hours in it.
Chelsea 2, West Ham 1. What do you make of this one, AK? Good win for Chelsea.
Oh yeah. This game, yeah. I mean, to be fair, there were cries for VAR over Pedro Neto's goal.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I didn't see a lot of it actually because I only saw highlights of this. I didn't see the game live because I had doing something else, but I couldn't see it live. So I sort of watched the highlights in the end. And what was that incident you were talking about? Was he offside or something? Was it an offside? Or...
Yeah. They were basically screaming offside, and they had to go to VAR to check it. But apparently he wasn't off.
Right. So what are we talking?
And they gave the goal. And again, another controversial call from the ref.
Who's the ref? Let's see who the ref was here. Let's have a look. Stuart Atwell. That says it all then, doesn't it? Stuart Atwell. Yeah.
Yeah.
That prick. Right. No wonder. But yeah, it's still down to VAR though, isn't it? So it wasn't all down to him. So if VAR went to VAR, then surely they would have allowed the goal. Surely. Yeah, VAR's Michael Salisbury. Right. What do you think about this one, Manny? Do you think that goal should have stood? Should have been offside? Was it offside, you mean? Yeah? It should have been offside.
I think there was one of the Chelsea players probably being offside, but I don't know if he, headed the ball or touched the ball, and maybe it was probably headed into the path of one of the attackers by one of the West Ham defenders. But there actually was an issue there in that I think Jared Bowen was actually fouled in the build-up to that goal, and that wasn't picked up by either the referee or by VAR. But again, you've got to play to the whistle. But I do believe West Ham were robbed in many ways, and Chelsea were very jammy in this game. Very jammy indeed. West Ham were good value for the lead they took, while Chelsea were just huffing and puffing and not able to blow the house down. And, it was actually Ben Chilwell, I do believe, who made that horrible pass to, I think it was Bowen, I don't quite know, yeah, for the opener. And I think Chelsea decided to punish him by saying, that's it, off to Crystal Palace you go. Don't you dare come back till the end of the season. And Chilwell used to play under Potter, so maybe he was trying to offer a favour. I don't know. But West Ham were good value for their lead. They were, absorbing pressure well, counter-attacking very well. And that goal obviously was really, very unfortunate. But the second goal that Chelsea scored was an absolute sickener. A sickening deflection which gave Areola no chance. And, West Ham were down. And I actually wanted West Ham to win this game because I wanted to see Chelsea's slump continue. So it was very unfortunate, really. But Potter, since coming back to West Ham, has done some really good things. I suppose on the balance of play, had the foul been checked and ratified, the goal wouldn't have stood in the build-up, obviously, to that goal. And West Ham do have reasons to feel hard done by. And Dermot Gallagher, once again, I wonder if he had anything to say about this on Premier League Live. Maybe he would have had a chat with Joe Cole and Michael Owen in the studio, along with Steve Bauer, who was, presenting that night. But, you might want to read this, Steve.
Yeah, obviously I ain't going to be on here too much longer though, Manny. We're just going to cover this a little bit more and then the Merseyside derby, and then we're going to bounce, mate, because we've been on here, 3 hours, 12 minutes. So I'll just do this quickly and then we get on with that. Reffed off, former referee Dermot Gallagher spots VAR optical illusion in Chelsea's controversial goal against West Ham. The Blues broke back into the top four, but the match wasn't without its controversy. Dermot Gallagher pointed out a flaw with the VAR system. It can be littered with optical illusions. The former match official was appearing on Sky Sports Ref Watch to discuss two major incidents in Chelsea's controversial win over West Ham. Dermot Gallagher called this still image an optical illusion. Oh, I can't get it on. Oh, yeah, okay. What does that actually show there? Is this the offside, yeah? So what is that? I don't know what that's showing there then. Does that mean it was offside?
Go a little bit. Read further, you'll find out.
Oh, right, yeah. In the build-up to Pedro Neto's all-important second-half equaliser, Jarrod Bowen was bundled over by Levi Colwill. No foul was given and play waved off as Chelsea went up the other end to score. But the goal itself was also mired in controversy after Mark Cucurella was adjudged to not be offside. Neto whipped the ball across with the left back in an offside position. However, there was much debate as to whether Mark Guiu got a flick on the ball en route to Cucurella. If he had, then Cucurella would absolutely have been offside. The ball came across to Neto, who smashed the ball into the back of the net. After a VAR check, the goal was allowed to stand with Guiu, therefore not adjudged to have got a flick. Gallagher, who admitted the collision between Bowen and Colwill could perhaps have been a free kick for West Ham, said it looks as though Guiu got a touch based on a still photo. However, he called it an optical illusion as he pointed to the fact you couldn't see a touch when watching the video. Gallagher said if he touches it, without doubt, Cucurella is offside. But you look at it, there's one angle that I think is an optical illusion. It looks as though he touches it, but it's a still photo, and I think still photos can be deceiving. Look at it, and there's no evidence he's touched the ball. So I feel he's duty bound to allow the goal. Gallagher went on to admit while the foul on Bowen should have been given, enough time had passed between that instant and the goal had to not go back and check it. On the goal, the Premier League commented the referee's call a goal was checked and confirmed by the VAR, as there was no factual evidence that Guiu made contact with the ball in the build-up. Therefore, there was no offside offence. What do we make of that one? What about you, AK?
Again, that's a technicality, really, and that that was poor work from linesman not to spot that foul, and it just means technology has to improve, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that what Warren's saying there, Gallagher, did you think Bigfoot was playing in the game? Yeah. I don't know. It's another strange one, isn't it? Another bizarre one, this one.
Yeah. I shouldn't. Warren also has a special conspiracy channel where he talks about these, these historical conspiracies, and has done several videos on this on Diesel Arsenal's channel. So do check those out whenever you can, people.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, brilliant. I've seen a few of them myself. Them streams, very good. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's gone though, isn't it? There's not a lot I can do about it. The decision's gone. Do you think? I mean, obviously West Ham, well, hard done by, really. I think they're going well again now under Potter. They would look bad under Slopetegui, whatever you call him. They weren't that great, were they? But now they're on the up again, and we got to play them, which ain't going to be easy. So, well, I mean, do you think? What he's done there, Potter, has been amazing, really. I mean, considering he flopped at Chelsea, we all know he flopped there. And he took some time out of the game, of course. Do you think it seems like it's been the right appointment there? Would you agree? For West Ham?
Yeah, I think so in a way. Yes. West Ham have finally made a good appointment for once, sacking Flopetegui and hiring a better manager than him. That is in Graham Potter.
Yeah,
sacking that Spanish fraud.
Well, he's doing the business there, isn't he, Potter? He's doing well.
Yeah.
So,
but I'll tell you what, I think he was unfairly treated at Chelsea at some point.
He was, yeah. But he wasn't getting the results, was he? He wasn't doing.
No, he wasn't.
No. And they want instant results, Chelsea. Let's be honest. They want the manager to come in and get it all done and sorted like Potts did. Like Potts was doing well for a little while there, wasn't he? And then they still wanted him out because he didn't have a lot of that was him. He didn't have enough say in the was it the players, the signings and stuff. I think he wasn't happy there, Potts, in the end, was he? With what was going on.
Potts left by mutual consent.
Yeah,
that tells it all.
Because I think he didn't feel in control, did he? As the manager.
No, he didn't.
No. And I can understand that. I can see how he was bitter and not happy with that. So I don't blame him for moving on. Because they treat Potter the same way, do you think, when he was there?
In a certain way, I feel yes.
Yeah. I think he done the right thing though, taking time out. And he's done the right thing coming back with West Ham. I think
I
they
think if
needed.
Potter would have, I think if Potter would have stayed in Chelsea, definitely he would have gotten better players, got them scoring goals, and started and basically just helped Chelsea stay in the Champions League.
Yeah, 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 definitely. What do you think of this, Manny?
I'm not too sure I can necessarily agree because there were some decisions Potter made that didn't really sit well with me, and the Chelsea job was just a case of too much too soon for him. He should have stayed at Brighton and continued to enhance his reputation even further. And one of the reasons why I was never keen on him getting another job was that there's always a part of me that believes that he sold out for the money, and I don't know if he could maintain his integrity. But he started well at West Ham, and if he could get them into the top half of the table, that would be fantastic. But I'm a little bit biased in a way because take a look at the way he treated Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. Aubameyang actually was one of Chelsea's better players in the Champions League campaign, scoring a couple of goals and providing plenty of assists. For some reason, Potter saw it fit to drop him from the European squad and didn't after that. And it was only when Potter was finally sacked and Frank Lampard came back that Auba came back into the lineup. But then it was patently clear that his best days in the Premiership were long, long gone. Of course, next season he moved to Marseille and ended up rediscovering his best touch, and now he's in Saudi, whatever. I just didn't think that Potter at the time was the right fit for the Chelsea job, and I will say that right now. I really don't think he was able to, get the team to perform as well as they were doing under Thomas Tuchel, and he really should have stayed at Brighton. And now he's back at a club where, he's seems to be enjoying managing again. Not too much pressure as there would normally be at Chelsea, and he can rebuild his reputation. So I don't agree that he would have done well at Chelsea, but I'm glad that he's, enjoying football again.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's obviously working out for him at West Ham. So let's hope he does do well there. Carries on doing well. Obviously not on the 15th against us. I don't want him to do well there. But but no, I mean, it would be great for them because they obviously, they want success. They obviously did win in Europe. We know they won the Europa Conference or whatever they won. As we know, it was only, a couple of years ago, if that, under Moyes.
Yep.
But obviously they want to... Sorry, mate.
I said under David Moyes.
Under Moyes, yeah. So, could they realistically win something else with Potter there, do you think?
Hard to say. I think they should try and aim for a cup competition or two. I think they're still in the FA Cup, if memory serves me right.
Yeah, I think they are.
Let them just get a platform first, and then they can try and build from there.
Yeah. What about you, AK? Do you think they can win something under Potter?
Yeah, I think so. They do have a shot at the FA Cup and the Carabao.
Yeah. Do you think they get back into Europe again as well?
I think next season we'll see.
Well, they have won it, so I mean, I suppose Champions League would be something for them. But I think that's too high for them at the moment.
Yeah, it's too high for them, but apparently they've won the Conference League, so I could see them getting into Europa again or the Conference League once again.
Yeah, for sure. And Chelsea, I mean, that was a good win for them. They've been a little bit. I mean, at one stage they were going superb, weren't they? They were doing a madness, and they were really winning loads of games and on great form. They seemed to tail off a bit and lose it slightly. They were. A lot of people said they might have been in the title race one stage. Did you ever think that, lads, or do you think
You mean
Do you think they were in it?
They
Fellas?
started well. Can you hear me, Steve?
Yeah. Can you hear you, Manny?
Yeah, Chelsea started well, but one of the things that a lot of fans were warned of was that when he was managing Leicester and they were doing so well, they had a dreadful slump in the middle and only recovered to win the championship late on near the end. The Premiership isn't going to be as forgiving. Even now that they're in the back in the top four, I don't know if I see them maintaining the consistency needed to secure a Champions League place, and the title really is now, beyond them. But they were looking good, and I was thinking that they would go a little some way, but I wasn't getting too far ahead of myself. And now, the chickens have come home to roost, and I suppose dropping Bobby Sanchez and putting in Porgy Jorgensen has helped a little bit, although even he had his shaky moments at times. But we'll see how Chelsea continue to do this season. They are still favourites to win the Conference League, but as Aston Villa and Leicester City can tell you, that's not an easy competition to win.
No, true, very true. I think they got enough though. Chelsea, they got still some great players there, as we know. Cole Palmer, quality as well, usual, total baller. Another one, City let go there, AK. Another one, your players. It must be sickening.
Yeah, another decision which I personally regret from my club doing that, but I mean, Cole Palmer himself had intentions of leaving the club himself, and yeah, I mean, as Pep Guardiola said, if the players want to leave the club, they can leave. Simple as that.
Yeah.
And this decision of letting Cole Palmer go when we actually had a chance of using him in our front three, that opened up a can of worms. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, but it's I mean, he's talented. He's quality, man. He's played for England. Why do you think they decided to let him go, though? City. He clearly has got talent. Why couldn't he make it in the City team? Do you think?
I think one of the main reasons why Cole Palmer actually wanted to leave was getting benched in the big games and not getting enough game time. And I think these are the reasons why he wanted to leave City in the first place.
Yeah. So he felt he wasn't getting
And of course, Steve, I criticize Pep and the board for doing that. Because clearly he is talented. He is one of our best players that we had. And we let him go just like that.
Yeah, you did.
I criticize Pep for that.
It's a mistake, I think. A total mistake. You could have had him playing. A lot of those games this season, right?
We could have had him playing right wing, Steve. We could have literally had him playing right wing. He could have been a right winger.
But he could have made a difference this season to you lot.
He could have, yeah. He could have.
Yeah, for sure. So, really, you should have kept him.
Yeah, and that's
Probably,
what I said. I criticize the board. I criticize Pep for that decision.
mm, yeah, yeah. Well, so you should. And
We let go. We let go of a talented youngster.
yeah, yeah, you definitely did. You definitely did. And you know, what's your loss is their game. Chelsea's game
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
day. But I mean,
Steve, I am personally happy for Cole Palmer
mm,
in some way that you know the amount of game time he's getting at Chelsea, the things that he's doing at Chelsea is spectacular. He literally saved Chelsea's season
yeah,
by a mile. He literally saved the season.
mm, yeah, yeah, for sure. What about you, Manny? What do you make of that? Because we're just going to obviously talk about that and then go on to the Carabao Cup. Because that Merseyside derby, that's next week, isn't it? The 12th. So that's next week. So we'll talk about
Exactly.
a bit about the
Um,
Carabao Cup. Yeah, go on, mate.
you know, once again, City are basically proving that for all of the talent that they can buy, you know, it is very important to have a homegrown core. And Palmer actually, you know, grew up through the academy. And when you lose him because you apparently don't trust him enough, it's always going to be sad. But we're in no position to talk because unless we start winning, we're going to see a lot of our Hale End boys, academy boys, want to move on to bigger and better things and more football. And you know, Arteta and Pep were pretty much in each other's pockets while they were at City together. So you know what I mean. AK knows what I'm talking about. Obviously, the move to Chelsea has worked because you know Chelsea are still getting European football, and you know Cole definitely proved his worth and made sure that Chelsea are you know getting back to somewhere like the top again after some dreadful days under Potter and Lampard. You know, you have to say that it was a gamble that he took. He wanted to leave, and it worked very well for him. And you know, sometimes you have to sort of credit Pep for not wanting players to stay if they don't want to stay, because that will only create a negative feeling around the club. Any player who is forced to stay when he doesn't want to stay, you know, they're not really going to be in a position to be able to contribute to, you know, either the performance. But you know, maybe if Palmer perhaps had been a little bit more, what shall I say? If he had been willing to accept everything as a part and parcel of, you know, being at a big club, maybe he'd win some more trophies. But would he necessarily have developed as a player? There's always going to be that question. Maybe Pep would have preferred someone else over Palmer. Maybe, as AK said, Palmer didn't feel trusted enough. It's worked out well for Palmer, and I say good luck to him. All the better for him, and all the better for England. And Manchester City will definitely feel as though they've lost a gem. But look, City are going to move on without him. They always sell players and find ways to move on and continue to win things, as AK will know. I mean, Alvarez obviously was a a key part of their
He was
Champions
another
League
gem. He
treble
was another
triumph,
gem.
but
Yeah.
he's since moved on to Atletico Madrid and is thriving over there because um, he knows that he won't start games as long as Haaland is there, and Pep prefers a lone striker. So look, it's worked out well. I wouldn't be too necessarily harsh on Pep. It's just a case of one that got away. But the reason why I, you know, have a soft spot for Emi Martinez and really value him is because Arteta had the chance to reward him for performing a lot better than Bernd Leno, and instead told him that he wasn't going to be the Arsenal number one, so he was right to walk away. If you're performing well and you are in possession of the jersey, you get to keep it. It's as simple as that. And maybe Palmer wasn't getting the opportunity, so he decided that he wanted to leave. You just don't. No fan or manager has any right to consider a player's career to be of such little value that he should be willing to waste it being at a club where he's not playing any games. And I think that's the best way to end it.
Yeah, totally agree. Anyway,
Back.
Yeah, okay, mate. No worries. Anyway, okay, we're going to move on to this, obviously, the Carabao Cup, and this will be the last one I'm doing because it's got the Bali Marathon, this stream tonight. Today, gone to 3 hours 35, sorry. 3 hours 35 now. It's been a long time, I bloody ain't Marvin, mate, to be honest. I want to bloody get something to eat. But, yeah, anyway, Newcastle in charge at the moment, but Arsenal have momentum. Would you agree with that for this Carabao Cup?
I mean, I do agree that Newcastle, even though they have lost a couple of games and are slumping a bit in form, but Newcastle, they will always find a way to get things back up and running. And Arsenal beating us after, and Arsenal, thrashing us by 5 goals does give them a massive confidence boost. And yeah, I mean, given recent history, Arsenal actually struggled against Newcastle because Newcastle actually gave them a good game, and Newcastle definitely has a better win percentage than Arsenal, and this is going to be a close battle. Not gonna lie.
So what's your prediction for it, AK? What was your
I'm
score?
going 2-1 Newcastle.
Ooh, so you think the Geordies are staying take it?
Yeah, definitely they will. Up the Geordies.
Yeah. The Geordies. Yeah, come on, you Geordies. Yeah. But no money. So what do you think about all this? Are you think you're going to get back in this and get through or not?
I'm predicting a score draw, Steve. It'll either be 1-1 or 2-2. Maybe I'll go for 2-2. I think Isak and maybe Gordon will score one each, or Isak will score both. And we'll try and fight hit back maybe through Nwaneri or maybe Martinelli. I don't have trust in Havertz. I don't care if he scored against City. It's like, when we signed him, we knew that we were getting a big match player, and obviously AK will remember that it was he who scored the winning goal for Chelsea in the 2021 Champions League final. But since then, he's devolved into a bit of a, I don't know how to say this, a bit of a basket case at times, and someone who's become a little bit soft.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a 2-2 draw. It won't be able to take us through. If we manage to secure a 2-0 or a 3-1 win at St. James's Park and then take it to penalties and win from there, that would make me really happy. But I can't see that happening. And even if it goes to penalties, if David Raya has another disaster class where he jumps too early and goes the wrong way and concedes every single penalty, then I'm sorry, Steve, but my opinion of him will go down even further. I know you have a soft spot for him. And I'm not saying he's a bad goalkeeper, but the best goalkeepers step up their performances on the bigger stages. Emi Martinez, a case in point.
Yeah. Well, I know he's been great for us at times, Raya. He's been amazing, and we always loved him here, what he done, especially, well, now we got Flecken, who's a poor excuse for a goalie. So, but yeah, I see what you mean. But anyway. It's saying there that obviously a lot are saying no. The majority have said no. They're 56 to 44. But they won't overturn the 2-goal
Majority of
deficit.
them saying yes are top gunners. But get behind the club. Stop being negative. Stop being toxic and negative.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I just think, well, I you know what, I don't know what I'm going to go for here, fellas. I'm not sure what score to go for. I think it will be close. I don't think it's going to be any team's going to go win it by a mile or get a load of goals. I think maybe a 1-1 or something. I might go a 1-1 or just a 2-1. 2-1 Newcastle, maybe.
Yeah.
I just feel Newcastle might want it more than Arsenal here, you know. They haven't won nothing for years, Newcastle, have they? So, very
This
long
could be
time.
Newcastle's year, Steve. Steve, I'm going to be frank here. This could be Newcastle's year that they actually managed to win a trophy.
Yeah. I thought their name may be on this a little while ago. I said, their name could be on it. And then when we played them, I thought, oh God, you know, we'll probably get walloped, and we were beaten soundly 3-1. So, yeah, I think it is Newcastle's to lose in a way, to be honest. This one. The other one, I actually think Liverpool will come back and beat Spurs, and not because I'm pissed off about what they beat us the other day. I'm not just because I'm not about that. I think Liverpool will be too good. They got too much quality there to go out, Liverpool. So for me, they're coming back, and I will go for that one. I might go 3-1 Liverpool for that other one. What about you? What about you, gents? What are you going for the other one?
Well, I'm actually going to say that this will go to penalties. Liverpool to squeak a 2-1 win, and
Right.
even Kelleher, then definitely Alisson Becker to emerge as the hero. There is some talk about possibly, Vicario coming back to play in the semi-final. I don't know if he will. I think it might be too early for him. Certainly won't be Brandon, and there are still some doubts over the young Czech bloke, Kinski. He's got to check himself before he wrecks himself, pun intended. So
Yeah.
I think Liverpool should win after penalties, though. 2-1 to Liverpool in normal time, and then penalties.
What about you, AK? What are you going for?
Me personally, is it regarding the Newcastle Arsenal game tonight, or is it about Liverpool's game?
No, it's Liverpool and
Yeah,
Spurs. Is that tomorrow?
Oh,
Is it tomorrow? The other one?
oh yeah. I'm gonna go with 2-1 Liverpool because for many reasons. One, I think that Liverpool have been firing on all cylinders this season. Mo Salah again proving to the world that why he's the best winger in the Prem, and why he is actually the best goal scorer for Liverpool over the years. And yeah, and followed by Salah. Even also Gakpo also has been coming in clutch lately, thanks to the Dutch connection with Arne Slot. And yeah, I mean, I do see Liverpool actually getting a 2-1 win over Spurs. Even though Spurs are gonna fight for it, but yeah, even though Spurs are gonna fight for it and win it, but I don't. I actually don't see I don't see Spurs winning this because Liverpool have an edge in terms of quality.
Yeah.
They
I
have an
agree.
edge.
Definitely. There's definitely more in their quality there, and then more in depth quality they got in there.
And also Virgil van Dijk again proving to be one of the best centre backs in the Prem and in Europe.
Yeah, and you got how many attackers can you name? They got Salah, they got Jota, They got
They got Jota, they got Nunes, they got Luis Diaz on the wing.
yeah,
They got
Diaz.
Gakpo coming on. They got Harvey Elliott.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Jones as well, another one. Good
Yeah,
player.
Curtis Jones.
Gravenberg. This list of Szoboszlai, you know, the list goes on, doesn't it?
Curtis Jones.
So surely they're going to have too much for Spurs. Surely, I think.
Curtis Jones, you know.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, but they've got to be. I'm going 3-1 definitely Liverpool there. I think that's going to be, you know, going to have too much for Spurs.
I think, and as for Big Ange, I think he's gonna be high flying with his high line. I feel
Mm.
high line for life, mate.
I don't.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't. I don't think so. I think the Brentford match will have shown him that
Yeah.
there is a great value to curbing your instincts, and he knows that if he goes on a high line at Liverpool, he'll get smashed, and he will have learnt the lessons from the home game where they lost 6-3. So just not worth it, especially with a cup final on the line. I don't think you're going to see him do that, but I still think Liverpool will end up going through, but they'll squeak through.
Well, I still think they got loads more quality players than we have, Manny. They got a much better team than us. We all know that. So they're going to have too much for Spurs at the end of the day. Surely, they really are. And I see them getting through, and obviously Liverpool Newcastle final probably, because I just can't see Arsenal coming back and winning this. It's as great as you're doing, and a fantastic win against City. That was incredible. But City aren't the team. I'm sorry, AK, but you're not that great a team anymore as you have been.
No, we aren't this season. Forget this season. We are in a rebuild phase. We are in a phase where we have to rebuild the whole team.
Yeah. You know, that team sort of deteriorated. You know, gone, isn't it?
It's gone. Yeah, it's deteriorating. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a shame, really. But you know, all these good things come to an end, don't they? All these great things you've won over these years and success you've had, it all comes to an end eventually, doesn't it? So, you know, you look at likes of Man United, who had all that success over the few years, and then suddenly near the end, when Ferguson went as well, they won nothing much, did they? After him, so
They spent more money. They spent more money since Sir Alex went, and they won nothing.
yeah.
And how
Yeah.
many managers they fired? Let me guess. It's
Well,
a long list.
You know, Moyes, Mourinho,
Moyes, Mourinho, Ole, Ralph,
what's his name? The Dutch
Ralph
guy.
Ragnick,
Yeah. What was
and
that
then
Dutch
Van Hal.
Van Hal? Yeah. They've gone through a few managers, let's be honest. So, and they haven't all been successful. They won
And no, and
something.
Ten Hag as well. Ten Hag as well to the list. Ten Hag.
Ten Hag, yeah. Of course, yeah. Stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. Plan B.
Stick to the plan. Yes, we stick to the plan. We stick to the plan.
But oh god, man, that was funny. But you remember that on Norris one, didn't you? When he done all that, that was funny, man. But but yeah, they haven't had the success, have they? Like they did under Fergie. So it's all gone a bit for them. You might be going that way too at the moment. I think it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say so, but I mean, even though Pep has already signed a contract extension with us for, I would say, a year or two, and yeah, and you know, the motto of our, I mean, and of course, the motto of our club is pride in battle, and yeah, and of course, I mean, like even though this is not our season, but Yeah, we will definitely come back stronger next season and hopefully get in more signings to the winter transfer window.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
yeah, I mean, and I know, and just build build a stronger Manchester City, which is going to last for another couple of years.
mm,
I mean, it's a cycle. It's a cycle,
mm.
and City fans online have to deal with it.
I mean, being honest here, realistic, okay. If you win nothing this season, do you think Pep will walk? If you
I
win
think Pep
nothing,
is going to stay one more season.
right? What about you, Manny? What do you think? Do you think he'll walk or he's going to stay?
I think he'll stay, but let's make it crystal clear. His days are counting at Manchester City. I seriously don't think he will want to stay there for too much longer when he knows that he'll want some new challenges ahead. Does he fancy a return to maybe Spain to manage the Spanish national team? We'll have to take a look and see. Um, things
Mm,
have really dropped. Maybe Pep will be given the vote of confidence, but one more disappointing season and he could be out. You never know.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think so too. But anyway, gents, at 3 hours 51 minutes or so,
Cut in.
what we've got. Sorry, mate.
Just to cut in, I was actually one of those people who thought that Pep would walk this season if things got really bad. But I still think,
Right.
for what it's worth, the chance of winning the FA Cup, they can still finish in the Champions League places, and maybe he will feel as though he's earned the right to try and take the club back. But one more poor season, and he'll be gone. It's like Wenger with Arsenal.
Yeah, facts. Definitely, he will be gone next season if this is the case. He will walk.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If nothing, don't win nothing at all. Well, you could be this your first season without a trophy, couldn't it? For ages, this season. Possibly, you might win some it. Who knows? But could you win FA Cup? No, don't know. But yeah. But anyway, gents. As I say, it's 3 hours 52 minutes now, and I'm trying to do a record here again, like nearly 4
This is
hours.
the longest. Not gonna lie.
I don't know if there's been a stream that's gone over 4 or 5 hours.
Guys, we have hit the record. 4 hours. 4 hours tops on Mr. B's, aka
Yeah,
Steve's channel. Smash
yeah,
up the likes. This was a 4 hour stream, guys.
yeah. It's been
Four
a
hour
marathon.
stream.
I wasn't going to do it this long, to be honest. But no, it's been interesting. I've loved it again, guys, and thanks to you two coming on again. Been brilliant, and obviously all the people in the live chat have been great. Warren, of course, there, go and follow his channel, Warren Steen Talk, brilliant channel. Box as well, and Rich United, RD United, sorry. Go and follow his channel, brilliant channel. And how many others can we mention? Luca, another great channel. Luca Talks Ball, that his channel. Kev Flavin, who's been on here a lot, another great guy that's been on here. That always seems to turn up, and Chelsea fan, of course, in here as well. He's in like most streams as well in the live chat. So, Honey Gun, of course, follow him, Harry. Brilliant as well. And before we go, can we shout your socials out, beginning with you, AK? Where can we
Oh
find you?
yeah. At the moment, I don't have a YouTube channel YouTube channel at the moment, and as I'm trying to currently balance between my full time work, my full time job, and
Mm,
just living and all that. So I mean, it's a bit difficult, but once I find the right balance, definitely I can start. I can start opening my own channel on YouTube, and yeah, I mean, as for now, I'm on Snapchat. You can find me on Insta at AKCW City. And smash up the likes, people. This was a 4-hour stream and another record broken.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, please do. Please smash the likes and sub. I'm still only on 110 for some reason. I don't know why, but anyway, please get those subs going up. Follow me on Insta, Mr. B for Life 182, and subscribe to Mr. B Hyper Football Chat and Mr. B Chats England Cricket. And we move on to you, Manny, sir. Where can we find you, my friend?
Well, first of all, big up to you, Steve, as always, for hosting this stream. And you can find me here on the Hyper Football Chat, the Buzz as it's called, and also on your other channel where we chat England cricket. And AK, of course, we've got the India versus England ODI series starting tomorrow. I know that you're a big cricket fan, so do please come on that channel whenever you get time, because we'd love to hear what you'd have to say about everything. Joe Root making his comeback to the England limited overs scene, and there have been calls for him to come back to the T20 side. I'm not too sure if that will necessarily happen, but he is a fine player of spin bowling, and we've been clueless against Varun Chakravarti and company, so maybe it could be helpful. But so those are two channels where you could be. Also on Warren's Team Talk, where I've done a few streams with him, and also big up to Oris Talks Football. I believe he's got an FA Cup preview stream tomorrow. Coach is called Del Boy Gunner TV, and also Up the Cherries in all departments. Tony Claude Gunner TV, Danny AFC TV, Rich Sports, who was in the chat earlier. Big up to him. Thanks a lot for the raid. Football United with Anthony Herbert, of course. Gundown UK, Southern Gooner, Spurs Eurasian TV. Big up to Eugene as well, and also big up to several other channels where I've made appearances. Made a few appearances in the past, but haven't been able to do so now due to some technological issues from my side. And several other channels where I've made some appearances, all very special and important to me. But if they don't believe me when I tell them that, there's a check in the post, but I have to write it. Catch me on Instagram along with AK and Steve. You can find me there and on Threads at the same ID, Manny Thangadorai 1981. Also on Twitter, Thangadorai 1981. And there's nothing much else to say except I hope you're enjoying this week so far. Make sure you get over that. Good luck to the Gunners tonight. I don't think we'll win and go through, but if we do, that'll make me quite happy. We'll see what happens. And apart from that, just take care of yourselves, be safe and be happy as always. Do unto others as you'd have others do unto you, and don't do anything that Mr. B, AK, or I wouldn't do. But until then, farewell to thee, goodbye, and God bless to all of you. See you again very soon, and it's quite late for me, so I've got to go and eat. Because I am, as Steve says, Hank Marvin. Bye, everyone.
I won't be long before I'll be going to eat as well. So, thanks to you both again. Always welcome. You, AK, of course. Always welcome, bro, as you know. And, once you get your channel going, AK, hopefully I'll come on.
Yeah, of course. You can come on.
Yeah, man. I can't wait till you do that, because I think you'll smash it, mate. I really do. I think you'll smash it for your new channel,
Yeah, just need to find the right balance.
Yeah, you're going to do one football, or you're going to do the whole sort of sport, like cricket and rugby and other things, or you...
I'm going to start with football first, then, I don't know, probably touch on Formula 1 and cricket.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. What other things do you follow? Boxing and all that? Do you do all that with the boxing?
Boxing, not much, unless it's a big match in boxing, and UFC. Sometimes I could do that if it's anything interesting.
Yeah, why not? Do all that, man. The people that follow that, they will follow it and watch it, that sort of thing. So there is an audience for it. So don't worry, man. You get a lot of people watching if you do all that. So, that definitely for sure. But it's about getting started, and I know about that. It's hard. You got to get going first, and done this for at least, well, it's going to be my second full year I'll be doing this. So I think it was the start of last year or year before, or end of last year or year before, I should say. But I've been doing this a long time now. So it's I should have a lot more subs. So where are you all? Why are you not subbing? I'm still only on 110.
Smash up the likes and smash up the likes and raise the subs, man. I mean, you man are moving fraudulent.
Yeah. Where is everyone? You see all those in the live chat tonight. Why some of them probably ain't even subbed, So, but
I swear, you man are moving fraudulent. Come on, man.
Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. But come on, guys. But anyway, we're going to move on. I've got other stuff to come. Obviously, we ain't got a game for a while. It's not till the following Saturday.
Oh, and yeah, tonight's game. Come on, the Geordies, the Geordies. I want the Geordies to win this. They deserve a trophy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I hope they do and all. Sorry, Manny, but we got to say that. And I'm sure he don't mind. I'm sure he's okay with it, and Warren as well. I mean, they don't like Arteta. They want him out. So I think they'd love it if they lose and get him out. But if they win, I think they'll probably still say Arteta out, wouldn't they? I mean, he's a bit of a prick. Let's be honest. So can't stand him.
He's a prick. Guys, we must pickpocket the pocket, guys.
Yeah, I hate the way they loved it.
We must squeeze the lemons, guys.
They were shouting and screaming and loving it when they beat you 5-1. I hated all that.
You know what? Let them have their fun. We have won the lot. Unlike them, unlike them, we've actually won the lot. We have won more trophies compared to them.
Exactly, fella. You have won loads, and they never will. They ain't going to win as much as you now. They do well to win something this season. I think they might. I don't think they're going to win the Prem still. It's going to be Liverpool. They probably go out the Carabao Cup tonight. I think they will, so they won't win that. They've only then got Champions League and FA
Champions
Cup.
League and FA Cup, yeah.
Yeah, they're out of the FA Cup, aren't they? Are they out? Yeah. Arsenal were out of it, aren't they? FA Cup, I think.
Yeah, correct, yeah. They were out of the FA Cup, yeah, thanks to United.
Of course, yeah. So that's something we like about United. They knocked them out, but yeah, I mean, so they've only got Champions League really after that. So surely nothing for Arsenal again. Will we feel sorry for them? Nah.
Nah, we don't.
No, man. But anyway, it's about time to go. We have done over 4 hours now.
We did.
I'm setting this as a record now, guys. So somebody's got to beat this, all right? Can you do it? 4 hours, 3 minutes. Can you beat it? We'll see. But anyway, for the time being, guys, me and the AK, we are going to bounce, and I'm going to go and get something to eat. I don't know what you're going to do, bro. But
I'm also going to get something to eat.
Yeah,
I'm just going to take a shower and get something to eat, probably.
Have a great one and enjoy the football tonight. And
of course, tonight. Come on, up the Geordies.
Yeah, come on, the Geordies. Come on, you Geordies. Yeah. Ant and Deck and all that. Where are you? But anyway, we're going to bounce. So for the time being, we are out of here. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. Till the next one.
Cheers.